It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Clear 39 degrees right now, but we're going to be up in the 60s again today.
Nice.
A little cloudy, maybe a sprinkle of rain depending on where you are. And again, the weather this weekend still looks beautiful. High of 51 tomorrow and for Parade Day on Saturday.
What are they saying?
50. I just said high of 51 and
Cloudy
for
and
Friday,
50, right?
Saturday.
You said yesterday.
Oh, good.
Yeah. High of 51 both Friday and Saturday. But what about Saturday?
What are they saying?
What are they saying? What are they out here saying about Saturday on 51? I mean, we've had an epic run the last couple of weeks of beautiful weather here in Rochester. And really, the winter this entire year has been very mild.
Yes.
Almost no snow, and I'm knocking on wood as I say this. That being said, because the universe is cruel, we can't have anything good without bad coming from it. And
What's the bad?
well, we're being warned by DEC and environmental folks to now watch out for something because of the warm weather.
The DEC.
Department of Environmental Conservation.
Ooh.
They
What's
say
coming?
the warmer temperatures
Murder hornets.
have bears coming out of hibernation early.
Oh, they're waking up.
Yep, you got it. So they actually have it down to a science. It's like for every 15, I got it right here. Stand by. For every 6 degree, nope, let me try it again. For every 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit higher it is than normal, it reduces bears' sleep by an average of 6 days.
So that's got to screw them up.
Yeah, they're getting up early.
Well, think about when you get up early, man. You're all confused. It sucks. You're up your game, man.
Well, they're like 30. They think they missed the bus to school.
Yes.
Right?
So I'm guessing they're going to be grumpy as crap.
It's not grumpy that's the problem. The problem is
Right.
scientists say them getting up now means the food they normally eat coming out of hibernation.
Won't be ready yet.
You got it.
No, but there's other food sources.
Yeah, there is. Bless you. The other food sources would be the stuff that we have at our house.
Garbage, all that good
Yeah.
stuff.
When the bears can't find food, they start coming closer to
They start
people.
foraging.
You got it, which is a problem because whenever a bear shows up, people flip the F out.
Well, you should. That's a good time to flip out when you see a bear.
So the warning now from these environmental folks is keep an eye out for bears that are waking up early because the odds that they're going to come closer to people are higher because their food isn't ready.
Okay, so when they say keep an eye out for, what does that mean? Because I've never really had to keep my eye out for a bear. Like, what should I do?
It also feels like something you don't have to keep your eye out for because you're going to know when the bear is there.
You know what?
I know like when the census is coming out and I got to keep an eye out for it, check the mail. How do I check for bears in the morning? Because I know how my sister did it. My sister bought a second pistol when she lived in the mountains.
I love how she bought a second one. Like there was the person pistol and the bear pistol.
So somebody told her that a 38 wasn't powerful enough to take down a bear.
Is that true?
I have no idea.
Okay.
But my sister was 4'11", and she fluctuated between 85 and 90 pounds.
Holy crap.
So she went out and got a bigger gun.
Okay.
She bought a 45, which I think if she pulled the trigger would just fly out of her hands, knock the cigarette out of her mouth, and she'd die.
Okay.
But that was her answer for a bear.
Well, I mean, look, but here's the thing. You sit here and laugh. You don't have an answer for the bear.
I ain't got no 45.
You ain't got no bear answer. So,
No.
so easy to criticize.
So what do
hard
I
to
do?
create.
Do I make noise when I come out?
So they get into what you're supposed to do if you find a bear. And yes, what you brought up, the noise and all this stuff. I mean, the biggest
Act
one is
menacing, right?
go back inside your house. But one of the...
I'm going to do that anyway, man.
Okay, so
I
then-
don't need any help in getting my ass back inside.
So then what are you worried about?
But what else can I do?
Okay,
Let's
so-
say I can't get inside.
All right, so go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
It's just really weird that Tommy's so worried about this, considering there are only like 5 bears.
Well,
in
if
New
you're going to
York.
give me information, I'd like it to help.
Okay. All right.
Like, let's say now I'm outside and the bear is between me and my front door. Now we got ourselves a bear situation.
You got a bear standoff.
Because now you just can't go inside.
Oh, it's an Italian bear.
Oh, yeah, the worst kind.
A Chaz Bearman Terrier, if you will.
Bro, they're all on the take.
They don't give you tips in the story as to how to avoid bears if you see them. They give you tips on how to keep bears away from you, period.
Well, it's garbage, right?
Well, yeah, never feed or approach bears. Pretty good advice.
Okay.
Clean and store grills. They say if a bear's active in your area, you
You're
got to
screwed.
You got to take your grill inside, but leave the propane tank outside. They say secure food, garbage, and recycling because apparently bears want the last drops of your orange juice.
Yes.
And alert neighbors to bear activity, which is my favorite tip of all of them.
Alert your neighbors to bear activity?
Is that like a neighborhood app post? Like there's a bear in the area?
Or
Hey,
screaming
heads up.
bear running down the street?
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
As we talk about bears waking up earlier because it's been warmer lately and they're not going to have food, so they may be coming closer to people. This is way more common in the Adirondack area of New York.
Well, where do they all hang?
Yes, where not here. However, in the sticks of the greater Rochester area, there are plenty of bear sightings every year, so you got to be aware of it there. And not to mention, there have been suburban bear sightings the last
But
couple
they're
of
pretty
years.
rare.
One happened like in your backyard.
Yeah.
Bro, that was like 4 years. That was
Yeah, but it happened.
COVID.
You literally said, it was the week you said, there's 5 bears in New York State. 48 hours later, you had a bear walking around in your backyard.
This is like this.
Showed your bare ass.
But this is this unnecessary. Let's scare everybody.
Well,
No,
I
they're
get it
not.
is a good heads up, right? Because you might not.
You ain't gonna
expect
see
it.
no. You think you're
Why
gonna
you
see
do
some
this?
bear
Why you
Well,
do
in your
no,
city
but I
ass
don't
house?
live in the sticks.
You don't invite anybody to that house,
Yeah, and I'm not gonna.
Bears uninvited.
Bear boy.
and you got that fancy new grill outside.
Yeah, we do.
This isn't a scaring thing. You don't want. I don't get when people get mad at information.
Because it's pointless.
Why is it pointless?
Because you're not going to see a bear. They don't tell me what to do when I see the
They
bear.
tell you how to keep the bear away.
Yeah, keep the food up. Basically, keep the food away.
Yeah, don't run a crap ass house.
Well,
Basically, don't be a slob.
you don't keep your garbage like outside.
No,
No.
he keeps his garbage in his garage, which he thinks is somehow cleanlier. Like you have garbage in your garage.
It's in a bag in a toter.
in your garage.
Yes.
You got a big sack of garbage within the roof of your house. It's gross.
Nothing different than what I come into here every day.
Got that?
Yeah, I got it.
I wish I had a bear in here instead of you doing jokes. Might be better because maybe a bear could figure out how to milk an almond. Sucks.
Well, day 2 of the same
Yeah,
joke.
that's how bad that joke was. We've made it a full 24 hours to the people who heard it the first time.
Keeps getting called back.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The warmer temperatures we've been seeing the last couple of months. DEC folks, scientist folks predict we'll have bears coming out of hibernation early, and they say that's a problem because if they wake up early, the food they normally eat is not ready for them, so they'll start coming closer to people looking for some food.
Why don't they just eat the deer that are running around?
Can bears catch
Yeah, it
deers?
seems
Maybe
like
not.
deer might
They
be a
sneak
little
up, but they can't
too
sneak up
fast.
because they're so fat. Yeah.
So bear is scary.
Yeah.
Unless you're in standard bear country, because like you said, you don't really know what to do when a bear rolls through.
Right, but country people can handle this crap.
Well, no, I don't know. I mean, what do you do? Like you just said it yourself. You don't know what to do if the bear is. If you're, let's say you're in your backyard doing, sissy garden stuff, and the bear rolls between you and the front door.
I'm screwed.
You're not screwed. There's
Pretty
nothing that's-
screwed.
The bear could just keep walking.
Yeah, he could.
I love how you go, they just do this story to scare you. And then I go, well, what's your plan? I'm going to die. Like, what side are you on here?
There is no defense against this bear. I would have to literally have a gun on me
don't-
while I'm gardening. What else would I do?
Don't kill the bear. I mean, you make the loud noises. You could just let it keep rolling and not say anything.
Obviously, but let's say it turns towards me.
Okay, well, then we're all happy. Greater Rochester area starts celebrating. Tommy Mule eaten by bear. Parade thrown Saturday. I mean, Kimmy, what would be your first move? You're outside in the backyard. The bear walks between you and your door. You can't get to the door. What are you doing?
I think that I'm somebody who freezes in scary moments. Like it's not a fight or flight. It's just a freeze and stand there and hope it all works out.
Okay, I mean, is that the
Much
worst?
like our honeymoon.
Is that the worst idea? To just like hope the bear keeps
guess.
I
moving?
don't know.
But I'm guessing I'm going to crap myself.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think.
No, I mean literally crap myself.
I don't.
And I don't know if that helps or hurts.
What now? You think bears are attracted to poo?
Well, they smell human scent. I don't know.
Do you smell like poo? It's not.
I do when I poo myself.
Okay. Like you can't outrun that sucker. Those things
No.
run like 30 miles an hour, right?
Yeah.
And it's
And they can go up trees.
Yeah.
They can climb.
Yep. You could jump in your car and lock the door.
But you'd have to get to your car, which means you'd have to. I mean, usually I'm not anywhere near my car.
Okay, well, your car's in the driveway. I mean, look, so there are
Right.
communities up in Alaska, and I'm not making this up, where it's illegal to lock your car door in the town proper because they have so many polar bear sightings. If a polar bear walks down the street,
Jump in.
Yeah, you need to be able to jump in any car.
Okay.
So you could jump in your car and be fine, unless it's a Kia Bear, in which case you're screwed.
Yeah.
You know
Kia
what I'm
Boy
saying?
Bears.
Kia Barrel. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking keeping safe from bears. Tommy, not even worried about if I see a bear, I'm going to die.
You know what would scare them?
What?
Anything like firecrackers and stuff and loud horns.
So you're going to carry a
Yeah, but-
firecracker and loud horn at all
Yeah,
times.
you'd have to have something loud on you.
You like those air horns?
You're going to carry an air horn with you 24/7?
They're not that big,
And you're going to have an air horn holster? That would be the most old man effing
but it
thing.
would work
How do you know?
because they don't like loud. No animal likes noise.
What if you like piss it off and it now comes towards you? I don't like that noise.
Knock it
Stop
off.
it. Hey, cut it out. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Trying to avoid the bears out here in the dark.
We're fingers crossed for you, Tom.
Hey, a piece of knowledge for you. If you are killed by a bear, it is most likely a black bear.
Oh,
They kill more people than the grizzly bears do.
no
And, of
kidding.
course, the black bear is native to New York State.
But I was under the impression that the black bear was mostly in the Adirondack area, Tom.
Oh, no. We've had them. They come out of the Allegheny Mountains. They follow right along the Genesee River. They've been right into downtown Rochester, I know, years ago.
Oh, that's great.
No,
Well, I
remember
think-
that guy had one they shot him out of his house up in the tree?
Oh, yeah. Was that
And then
one?
we had him at my house.
Yeah,
for that
yeah, that's
concert.
what we
That
said.
was our first concert you did at my house.
I forgot about that.
I thought, do they kill more people though? Do black bears kill more people just because they live in like more like residential areas, I guess, than other bears do?
Well, there tends to be more black bears than there are grizzlies, and yes, they're spread more across the continental United States. So the numbers sound strange, but the facts are facts. If you get killed by a bear, more than likely it's going to be a black bear.
Hey, look at that.
All right, so thank you for that, Tom.
So as he's crushing me in my
gotta
chest, I
tell
go,
you,
hey, it's a
That's
black
one of the
bear.
reasons why. That's one of the reasons why when I'm walking out here at 5:30 in the morning, I do carry a sidearm.
All right, well, everyone stay away from Tom. Tom, keep trucking, baby. Good luck with the
Don't
walk.
surprise Tom on his walk.
All right, have a good day, guys.
Chris, Tom,
I do
don't wear a
love-
furry hoodie walking up to Tom.
I do love how he painted it as, I have some advice for you. If you get killed
Yeah.
by a
Yes.
bear,
Yeah.
it's most likely a black bear.
Look at
Oh,
that.
good to know.
No, to your point,
Yeah.
that's not really advice.
Because I guess there's no grizzly bears around here.
Okay, again, now there's going to be like gang of
Yeah,
grizzly
no,
bears.
I think
attacks
grizzly
old
bears
lady,
are like
takes her
in
purse.
like the
Like
like
Alaska.
the wild,
Like the
yeah.
Yukon.
Can you Google if there are grizzly bears in New York?
I always
Thank
said that was like North Canada, Alaska.
you. I don't know about bears, man. Like we should know about bears. Only in the last couple of years have we started to have to learn about bears.
There are no grizzly bears or brown bears in New York.
That's what they want you to think. And then they sneak up on you and they snap. Gah! So, but black bears are the smaller bears, right?
Well, grizzly's the big one.
Okay. So then, yes.
Well, I just know that's the grizzly bears stand 10 foot on their hind legs.
Are black bears the small ones? No. Grizzly bears are the big ones.
Kodiak bears are the largest bears in the world.
That's what I said. Kodiak bears, because I remember the Portland Trailblazers tried to draft one.
They make great pancakes too.
What does?
Kodiak.
Oh, never mind. Now it's saying polar bear. I don't know.
Oh, polar bear.
Polar bear, big ass, scary bear.
Do we have polar? No, we don't have polar.
Why would we have polar bears? That the zoo? Well, I don't even have them there. We don't have them there.
We do. So they have polar bears at the zoo,
I know they did at one point have
right?
polar bears.
Because they have that tank.
Yeah, no, I don't. You're not getting what I'm laying down here.
Oh my God, no!
Yeah,
Did one die?
I think.
You make it sound like it's like the president died.
Well, yeah, it was the president of the polar bears.
Oh, you didn't tell me. The Polar
Yeah.
Bear Club.
They sure do love you in Rochester, Mr. Polar Bear.
It sucks that like bears are so dangerous because they're like the cutest animals in
Yes,
nature.
the cubs are adorable.
And even when you see them,
Like you want to go pet it.
Yeah.
and Kimmy, like even with the interactions you see that they'll have with people, like
Yeah.
when they get scared, they're even adorable
Yeah.
running away.
Eating you, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, well, all right. So just a heads up, not trying to scare you.
No.
Right? Just keep your stuff tight, locked up,
Tight.
and keep an eye out for a bear,
Yes.
just in case. Just in case.
Well, it's that time of the year.
We got a dynamite. They love you in Rochester, Mr. Polar Bear. Kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's bitch club.
It's a bitch club.
I had to think for a minute.
Yeah, we got Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. And St. Patrick's Day, the parade is on Saturday.
Oh, it's your high holiday, buddy.
Actual holidays on Sunday. I am jacked up.
Now, why are you so jacked up?
Well, because
More than normal?
Well, no, I mean, I love St. Patrick's Day. I love the parade. I love the festivities. I love spending time with my family downtown. Everybody goes down. It's great. And that's where the problem starts.
What?
Well, you're a guy who hates kids in bars.
Yes.
And Kimmy, you can back me up on this. The rules about younger people in bars the last couple of years have become more lax.
I also think breweries have contributed to that too.
Okay.
I've noticed it. I mean, it seems like a more kid-friendly place to go. So like the transition from like brewery to bar doesn't seem all that crazy.
You're not wrong. But the biggest day
Yeah.
you are most likely to see kids in a bar is a day where you could argue the most people are getting after it hard.
Yes.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Everything costs too much, Tommy.
Yeah.
And we
Crazy.
got no time, which is contributing to everything costing too much.
Okay.
There was a shocking statistic
Yeah, what?
about how much money we are spending eating out every month.
Is it on the rise?
It is. And when you hear this number, you're going to go, oh, my God, I got to stop.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a problem with this study.
Yeah. What?
I'm going to tell you.
It's delicious.
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I mean, eating out is a very popular part of everyone's week.
Oh, sure.
Right? I mean, look, the time,
It's fun.
the ease, yeah. I mean, it's a social event.
And it's delicious.
Yeah, but when you hear these numbers, it may scare you a little bit.
What's the matter?
Scare you into changing your ways because we're spending way too much money
Oh.
on eating outside of the house. You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 6:45, there is a man in some serious trouble.
What do you do?
Well, they found some stuff in his gym locker at the Planet Fitness. And this story is proof positive that the most bizarre, uncomfortable, wild card space on the planet is the gym locker room.
Yeah.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The average American now spends around $200 a month eating out of the house.
And that's probably not a lot of eating out.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. But now I want you to keep in mind, this is not $200 per family.
Per
this
person.
is $200 per person a month
Okay.
eating out.
Okay,
It
that
comes
is a
out to
little-
about $2,500 a year eating in restaurants, give or take.
Per head.
Now, it sounds like a ton of money, right? And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now that you are thinking about it, do you find yourself spending around $200 a month eating outside of the house? But let's break this down. Would you say, Tommy, the average sit-down dinner with a plate and a waiter after tax, tips, and drinks would hit you between $40 and $50?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Especially if you're drinking. I don't know if that's
Let me
added in there
let's
too.
throw it
Yeah.
in there, right? Okay. So let's say you do that twice a month. Is that average? Sit down at a restaurant.
Yeah,
and eat?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So that's $100 there. Then you throw in a diner breakfast or two in Rochester, a happy hour here or there, fast food a couple of times.
They count like Dunkin' runs
Yeah.
and everything else.
It's
Yeah.
not hard to get to $200
yeah.
at all.
Sure.
No.
Like-
Once a week gets you that.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. When you start to really break it down, it's surprising it's not more
Yeah.
than $200. Like, what would the average number have to be for a person to be so shocked they'd immediately cut back the food they're eating out of the house?
Like to sit down and eat.
Well, because like $200 didn't shock you,
No.
despite the fact that economists are saying, "Whoa, guys, it's way too much money for you to be going to restaurants every month."
So what would the number have to be?
Like, if you saw you spent X
Like
amount,
$400 a month on eating out?
that's what it would be.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, Kimmy, what would the number be to shock you into changing your ways?
I mean, I guess when $400, like I would think like $100 a week would shock me.
Okay, so 400. But then
Yeah.
again, when you think about it,
I know it doesn't sound crazy, but I guess if when you put it out there like that, I would think, whoa, I'm spending way too much money.
Well, because like I mean, think about it this way: if you order a pizza during the week,
Yeah.
I mean, pizza has gotten expensive,
Yeah.
right? I know I'm sounding like an old man. Everything costs too much money.
So like a large pizza,
Yeah.
2 toppings.
Yeah.
$20 or more.
If you're having it delivered, you're looking at like 35, 30,
Okay,
40,
all right.
depending on where you're getting it from. I mean,
Okay.
that's a pretty significant investment, although that's going to be split amongst a bunch of people in the
Yeah,
house,
you can
True.
spread it a little bit.
right? It feels like $200 is not going to shock the average person into eating more at home. Because the idea behind this study is to be like, can you believe what you're spending? You're just throwing money away. But there's a problem with that idea. If you didn't go out to eat, you still need to eat
Right.
something.
Yeah.
And yes, it's going to be less expensive if you make yourself something at home. But by how much?
Yeah.
And how much time am I losing to have to shop for that stuff and prepare the meal? Because it's not like if I stop eating out, I get $200 a month automatically back, right? You would have to just not eat food for that to happen, which is
Right,
not
which
going to
you're not gonna do.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm also somebody who I've never been able to stick to a budget when it comes to the grocery store. Like I will go for maybe the essentials, but I'm always going to buy extra.
I am very jealous.
It's designed like that. You're
Yeah,
gonna
so-
be tempted.
So I'm always spending more than I really need to at the grocery store.
But there are those people that they walk into the grocery store, they have
Yeah,
their
I know
list,
that.
they
I
stick
don't
to
know
their
how they do
list.
it.
They
But
know
those
what
are
they're-
pretty rare.
Your
do they?
wife is one of those people.
Till she met me.
Yeah, so she's one of those people, and you ruined her.
But like I don't know how like when you go into Wegmans and there's just before you get into Wegmans there is a canyon of snacks you have to walk through.
Yeah, no, you're
Prepared food, it smells good.
Oh my God, yeah.
right. And the prepared food is what buries you, right?
Oh,
Like,
And
yeah.
that's the pricey stuff.
That's what I mean. They make it look good. You know how easy it is.
Man, them baked chickens just sitting right there. That smell.
That's
yeah.
the most economical choice is the chicken.
I know, but
Yeah.
but then you're gonna add to that chicken because you just ain't eating chicken, right?
I could eat just a chicken.
Yeah, I could.
I never do eat just a chicken.
No.
But you could eat just a chicken.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, maybe the key to economical meal prep is just eating those chickens every single day.
Okay. Just eat chicken.
Well, bro, I mean, you quarter the
I
chicken,
could.
right? You get your legs, your breasts, your thighs. You get that extra meat hanging off. You can put some of the bones in some soup. Buddy, you got a stew going.
Look at that.
Just saying.
Okay.
Right? Like, I mean, maybe that's the key. Is like if every American in high school was taught how to quarter a chicken, we'd save $1,000 a year.
But they don't want it.
But that would
Big
also
Chicken don't want you to know that.
No, Big Chicken would want you to know that because
No,
you
they
buy
want
more
you to
chicken.
know. They want to spread the chicken out.
The smartest food thing that ever happened to me was being taught how to quarter a chicken when I worked in the Wegmans prepared food section, and I still amaze my wife with how quickly
Look
and
at
efficiently
you.
I could quarter a chicken.
But is that enough food? I mean, that might be enough food for just one person.
Oh no, those chickens will feed a family of 4.
Okay.
Your old man could eat a whole chicken.
I know. Based on the person I live with,
He could strip a chicken.
that would not feed our family. If we had kids, no way.
You're telling me your husband can eat 2 chicken breasts, 2 chicken legs, 2 chicken thighs, and all the
Easily.
extra meat? There's no way.
Look at the size of
100%.
that kid.
Well, no,
And he burns through it. He works out. And he's a fireman. He works out and he's a fireman.
All right, let me ask you a question, Kim, because you bought those chickens at
And then he
Wegmans
cries
before.
himself to sleep. I mean, this kid is busting ass.
Oh, I remember my mom buying that for us, and like we'd have that for dinner.
How do you eat the chicken now when you buy it? Do you know how to quarter a chicken?
I just we pick at it. I don't know.
Okay, see, that's your problem. You're leaving all the meat on the bone.
I mean,
You
I
gotta
don't
get
know.
all the meat
It's
off that
pretty
bone.
clear.
But
by the
even
time
your
we're
kids
done.
have got to really put the food down.
Yeah, I mean, they're teenagers.
So I can remember my second wife, my brother-in-law, Tony. He would eat a box of cereal for breakfast.
Yeah, I could do that when
I mean, a whole ass box of breakfast.
Yeah.
He hadn't even started his day yet, and the kid was skinny.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a teenage kid, especially a
So
teenage boy.
you don't think
Yeah.
beefy hot husband can't suck
Yeah.
down some chicken bones?
Went from beefy husband to beefy hot husband.
Hey, I'm trying to give you a compliment.
I know. It's,
I know they're hard to take.
No, you're right. I mean, look, I would come home from football practice when I was a kid, and I would eat a whole, what was the lower end frozen dinners that were for families, not
The Hungry
Stouffer's.
Man.
Yeah, no, it was, I can't
Hungry
remember what
Boy?
it was. Swanson's maybe,
Something
whatever
like
it
that.
was. A whole entire family Salisbury steak
Yeah.
dinner. It was like 8 Salisbury steaks. and I would
Patties,
just,
right?
yeah, inhale it. And I would put them on bread, too.
my husband eats pre-dinner, is what I call it.
What is a
So,
pre-dinner?
like, if he's cooking dinner, if I'm cooking dinner, he will clear out the fridge of leftovers from the night before,
While he's cooking?
before we even eat actual dinner. And it kind of pisses me off because it's like, hey, man, like that could be a whole meal for me, and you just ate it as a snack.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The average American now spends around $200 a month eating at restaurants, eating out, whether that's fast food stuff, whether that's sit-down stuff. And this is meant to shock you, but the three of us, we saw this number.
That doesn't sound outrageously expensive, considering you're eating out, especially if you're sitting down. It's one thing to say fast food, but if you're actually sitting down and having a meal, that's where you ever do this when you go out with your wife?
What's that?
When you're all done, you go, I can't believe that 2 entrees and a couple of drinks cost that much now.
Every single time. Now. But as much as I sit there now as an old man and say that, it doesn't keep us from going out and doing it
But
again.
I still go out with my old money mentality, thinking it's only going to cost this much. And that's set back 20 effing years ago.
Yeah. No, you're right, man. You're
It's
absolutely
so
right.
stupid.
You bring up, too, like the idea of sitting down and just having a nice meal. Right?
Standard.
I am curious, too, of the average money, the average $200 a month that people are spending going out to eat, if the majority of that is at a sit-down place or if the majority of that is fast food throughout the month.
It's got to be fast because, how much time does, a working family like yourself have to sit down and eat? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we rarely get fast food.
No, but you watch it because, you're on a diet. Your wife's
Okay,
very...
it's not a diet, it's a lifestyle, okay?
Okay, well, you have
Hashtag
this...
no days off. Hashtag get after it.
Wait, you do have a day off. You have a cheat day.
Hashtag 1 days off.
I will say this, that as you age, one of the great joys of my parents when they retired was eating out.
Okay.
Because they didn't want to cook.
Especially for your dad.
Yeah, he tore it up.
Oh, come on. Let me have that one.
I will say this. My parents probably had a regular date night into their 80s.
Okay, that's nice, though.
Oh, he was chewing taffy, bro.
Are we talking about dinner or your...
Well, the buffet started at one end, went all the way to her earlobe.
It tasted like Werther's Original.
Who doesn't want that? But that was my old man. I remember when my brother was doing his budget in the home, and they could leave, right?
Yeah.
He goes, Dad, he was spending $250 a week at this sports bar down the street just for lunch. But he goes, that's my entertainment. what else can I do? Because I could go. Because your mother and I split a steak. I drink some Manhattans and we come home.
Sure.
But that was. He goes, I don't care if I go broke. What else is there?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
And as you get older, you're looking for some form of like fun.
No, that I get. That I understand. Like the old guys that go and have breakfast every morning at the diner. You're right. Like that's your way of getting
It's your
out of
outlet.
the house. I mean, what we're talking about here is like people like Kimmy and people like me and folks between, like
Yeah, you're in the middle of things.
20 and 60, right? And I guess going back to the point you brought up a second ago about eating at a sit-down restaurant versus fast food. Sit-down restaurant, $200 a month, split out over 4 weeks is not insane.
I don't even think it's possible.
Fast food over a month spending $200 would be insane, and it is possible because you can drop $30, $40 at a McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King feeding a whole family, and that would only be 3 or 4 full meal trips. 4 or 5, excuse me.
Plus, if you're hitting a fast food joint every day for, like, say, breakfast.
Yeah.
$6,
You're grabbing,
$7.
yeah, you're grabbing a coffee and something to eat.
Yeah.
A little bit at a time.
That's gonna be pretty pricey.
Okay, so that's a problem then, right? I mean, that would be an issue that you could adjust. But then again, do you want to? Because the
No.
time you're losing in the morning, everyone's morning is super crazy.
Right.
Do you want to have to put the effort in when you're waking up and dragging your ass like a bear that woke up too early from hibernation?
And the options are endless now for breakfast. Like they've turned everything into breakfast.
Do you
and it's
hear what
awesome.
you just said? They've turned everything,
Everything
into
into
breakfast.
They did.
breakfast.
What does that mean?
Name it. They get you breakfast. You got breakfast pizza.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You have a breakfast sandwich. You have breakfast burritos.
Those are not like
No, but
crazy-
that
nothing
didn't
new.
exist 40 years ago.
Shut up.
Everything's a
You just
goddamn
named 3
breakfast
food-
now.
You named 3 standard breakfast foods.
You think breakfast burrito was around when I was a kid?
I don't
We
prob-
didn't have burritos. We didn't
I
have
don't know.
Only because your dad was super xenophobic.
we didn't have soft tacos.
Shut up. Your mom lived in your house. No, bro.
That taco was hard, son.
You can't. You named 3 food. Name me another out of this world breakfast food that didn't exist. Go.
All right, you got your pizza?
You named that one already.
All right, you got
Burritos.
Burritos and
You named
tacos.
sandwich like the sandwich hasn't been around for 400
You got those breakfast roll-ups and all that crap.
Well, it's the same as a burrito.
A hot pocket.
That's a burrito.
It's actually a pocket.
Okay, shut up. No, I will say this.
Bagel sandwich.
That's a sandwich.
No, bagels were bagels, and then y'all turned it into a
Bro,
sandwich.
bagel breakfast sandwiches have existed for
Yeah.
100 years.
No, they have not.
Yes, they have.
That is post-war 1960s when JFK signed the Bagel Act into law.
Well, I remember the words that he said, those famous words after he signed the Bagel Act.
I say, by the end of this century, we turn the bagel into a breakfast sandwich, not because it is delicious or hard, but because America deserves a bagel sandwich.
I love how you use the word hard, forgetting that hard ended that famous sentence. I'll put myself into a JFK corner here. By the way, 2 JFK references, 2 breaks.
That's it. Well, he was a great guy.
We're nailing it. Let's take a break. This story is proof positive that the most wide open, craziest, unpredictable place the average person will go is the locker room of any gym in the greater Rochester area.
So this doesn't sound good.
Bro, like none of
He
this.
got busted?
He got busted. Now everybody's safe.
Yeah.
But like, okay. There were so many questions. Why
sure.
would you put these in here? Why would you not secure them?
So it wasn't even locked?
Where were you going that you had to bring this to the gym? We'll tell you the story next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are lots of weird things you'll see all over the place.
Yeah, sure.
Right, but this story proves that the wildest, most unpredictable area maybe in the world is the locker room inside of any gym in America.
One of the creepiest places on earth.
Creepy without question.
Yeah.
But this story takes it a step further because you would not expect this, right? You'd think maybe a naked old man would be the worst thing you could find.
Yeah.
But with this story, at least with the allegations, you're wrong. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
We're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Boys Theater coming at you. And for a guy like Tommy, this weekend is a nightmare.
Yes.
Well, you think it's amateur hour drinking
It
anyway.
is.
But one of your worst, most hated things, kids in a bar.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird that this weekend, despite the fact that you will have people getting after it the hardest they will all year,
Yeah.
you're also the most likely to see kids in a bar.
It makes no sense to me.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A man just east of us is under arrest after what police say they found inside his gym locker.
So that means they had to do an investigation because something was up.
Okay, so authorities say a patron at Planet Fitness had opened an unlocked locker and found that someone else was already using
Oh,
it.
okay.
When they looked inside,
What?
police say they found a loaded .25 caliber handgun,
Oh,
cocaine, and a bunch of pills
this is in a gym.
in the Planet Fitness.
Okay.
Also inside the locker
Yeah.
was an ID that belonged to someone
Okay.
who was working out at the gym.
Well, yeah, I guess that would make sense, right?
So cocaine and an ID are inside a locker.
Cocaine, a gun, ID, and pills,
It's,
according
I
to
would
police.
almost think, did somebody plant this? Like, am I,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, am I supposed to find this? This was too easy.
So because the man was a member of the Planet Fitness,
Well, he paid his $10.
they easily found him inside the gym. He was arrested.
Well, he's the fastest guy in the treadmill.
He was arrested. He was charged with criminal possession of a weapon, 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance, and he is in some serious trouble right
Yeah.
now. And it's hard to figure out what's funnier here because, you know, everyone's okay. One, the fact that he allegedly decided to bring his guns and drug to the gym,
Yeah.
or the fact that he brought them to the gym and didn't bring a lock,
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
another thing. Or
also
buy
that.
the lock
right?
there. Right?
Right? I mean, like every
You
gym.
weren't worried about it at all.
Kimmy,
Like, I'm worried that, like, you know, I'd be worried that, like, my coat gets stolen.
Thank you.
Let alone all that expensive, dangerous, illegal stuff.
I never got the people who just throw their stuff in an open
Yeah.
locker. Like, it's going to get stolen. You'd think that with that kind of stuff, the $5 for the combination lock would have been money well spent. And what do you think the thought process, if the allegations are true, was of bringing that stuff inside? Like, did he not have a car to leave it in?
Well, that's good, but he must
Maybe.
have it on him all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, but why?
Right, so he carries
yeah.
everything, obviously.
Yeah.
All the good stuff.
He could be one of those people that feels like he needs to have it on him at all times.
But in the gym,
But
he
you're right.
didn't
But you're
have
not
it on
even.
him,
Yeah.
right?
You're not even near it.
And like, even if you didn't have a car to store your guns, cocaine, and pills,
Yeah.
like you got to ride there or caught the bus, were you trying to get a workout in before like a day of drug dealing or
Yeah.
something? Like, did
Yeah,
he have
squeeze in a quick workout. I think we all want to do that, right?
But I mean, like, it's not like you have like set hours
Yeah.
as someone who's dealing
Yeah.
drugs, right? It's not like gym at 8, punch into the drug dealing game at 9.
But it is a business.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
But did he have enough but
Yeah,
he was
was
like
it even-
using or
So
dealing?
that's just it. We don't know the amount. And it could have just been for personal use. But
Right.
then.
But usually when you hear weapon, it sounds more like they're dealing than
All right,
doing.
now you're doing old man stuff. Now you're doing old man stuff. Because again, you should never start a sentence with usually, probably, most likely.
Usually when I'm watching these shows, bro,
Mm-hmm.
if there's a weapon, there's a deal going down.
Could there have been a deal going down in the locker room, which is why you'd have all that stuff on you in the locker room?
That's a good question. I mean, we've heard of stuff happening like that, but Kimmy, normally it's like steroids.
That's the first thing that came to my mind.
Unless that's what the pills were for.
I mean, if you're
Oh,
on
could be.
steroids and then you're at Planet Fitness,
No, that.
that doesn't
Oh,
really
I see what you're
sound-
yeah, they got the grunt alarm. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
The
Yeah.
type
I don't see roided up Planet Fitness
I'm
dudes.
sure those people exist. I mean, it's just a cheaper option.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
If you know what you're doing, $10 a month.
okay.
Oh. The other thing that's a head scratcher with these allegations this man is facing. Again, a man just east of us was arrested after a patron at Planet Fitness opened up an unlocked locker, discovered there was already stuff in there, but the stuff in there, a gun, cocaine, and pills, according to police. The man who owned it was in the gym working out. He
Oh,
was
sure,
arrested.
you would think, yeah.
Charged with all that stuff. Again, in the story, it says the person who discovered the stuff just opened up the locker and it was right there. You didn't even have like a backpack to put it in.
So it was just laying there.
It was just out in the open.
Yeah.
Because, like, Kimmy, people will hide their car keys and wallet in a locked gym locker.
Right.
You tuck it into your shoe or sneaker
just
or
kind of
something.
sitting out there.
Just
jacket.
laid out the gun and drugs.
You didn't even have to look for it.
See? Right? I mean, the only thing that would make sense to your point, Kimmy, is if he was trying to sell drugs inside the gym. But then again, with the allegations, there's nothing that says he's a dealer.
Yeah, doesn't he say how much?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right.
All right, so with all that being said, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Can you make the argument that the gym locker room, no matter the gym, no matter the place in America, is the most wild card area the average person will ever be in?
Yeah, probably.
Because walking into a gym locker room, you never know what you're going to see. You never know what you're going to hear. There aren't really rock solid rules as far as what are and are not
showering,
accepted.
changing, cleaning up. Yeah.
Yep. And like, Tommy, you get people from every single walk of life, especially at a place like Planet Fitness.
A discount gym.
Yeah. Like you're going to get the high-enders. You're going to get the folks that don't have a lot of money. You're going to get folks that take the gym seriously. You're going to get folks that don't. You're going to have folks drinking protein powders, walking in next to guys drinking Mountain Dew on the way in to work out.
Yeah.
Like you can never be 100% sure what you're going to see when you walk into that gym locker room.
It's a crapshoot, and it's usually a creepy crapshoot.
Okay, I know that you're bothered by male nudity.
I'm not bothered by it. I don't like people that linger at the locker room. Like
Naked?
that dude that's been there too long and he's had 4 different conversations naked. That's the
your
dude I
point,
can't stand.
It seems like a lot of men over a certain age
Yes.
just like to hang out in a locker
My
room.
age.
Yeah.
Okay, but you also talk about when you were a kid how different swimming in high school was.
It was.
Like, you went to a military school where you showered with all
And
your
swam naked, did all that stuff.
yeah,
Yes.
classmates, right? So
Right.
maybe it's a
But you could
product of a
socialize-
bygone era.
But I also understand how creepy that was now.
Okay.
You could also socialize like in the gym.
Well, you want to be Tommy's brother?
Well, I don't think they're bothered by that.
I don't
so.
want some guy talking to me while I'm trying to work out. I just want to get in and get out. And again, I'm not arguing for naked discussions in the gym. I'm trying to put my headspace in that old guy who's standing there while naked and talking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, I guess if this is something you always did, and I'll be honest, man, like, male nudity doesn't bother me.
That doesn't bother me. I don't want to I don't want to watch you discuss things with me while you're naked.
The funniest thing are
It's like a nudist colony all of a sudden.
like the discussions you'll hear while men are naked, which are weird. Like, there were 2 guys. This happened like 2 years ago. It's like it happened yesterday. They were naked at the gym next to me while I'm getting dressed in the locker room, talking about how flights aren't as classy as they used to be anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you used to put on a tie and get on a plane, and Pan Am stewardesses were always very attractive. And
Yes.
they were serious. They were dead-ass serious.
So those are some old ass dudes.
They were old.
Man.
But, like, I walked into the conversation before it had started.
Yeah.
Or after it started. It took me like 10 minutes to get dressed, dried up, and get ready to go. And they were still having that
They
conversation.
may still be there.
I don't know. It is it's so different in a women's locker room.
But what about the old bros?
Nobody interacts. I mean, I will say like older women seem to be way more comfortable with their nudity.
Yeah.
But nobody's like having nude conversations.
Wow.
Really?
No,
In the
I've
locker
never
room.
really interacted. Like you're just kind of staying out of everybody's way and getting in and getting out. Nobody's lingering in the locker room.
It's completely different when you watch porn. Those girls really seem to like each other.
You know, there are folks that'll go to the gym and they'll stop, and they'll go to the gym and
Yeah.
they'll stop, and all this
That's
stuff,
pretty.
right?
That's regular people.
Do people stop going to the gym because going to the gym is hard? Or do the majority of people stop going to the gym because of the gym locker room? And I'm being serious when I ask that question. Because if you weren't someone that played sports and is used to being naked around people and that kind
Well,
of
you
environment.
could just go to the gym and leave. You don't
but
have
then
to
you
go
gotta
in the
get in the
locker
car all
room.
sweaty
I think
and
there are a lot
gross.
of people that do that.
Yeah, because some people, don't forget, not everybody gets sweaty when they work out. Some people do what they think is a workout and go home to a point.
Now you're taking shots.
Okay,
No, but like you've seen that. Listen, man, we watched a dude work out on a treadmill in slippers.
You ever watch Cheaters?
Yes.
Channel 433?
But you know what I mean. There's some people that ain't getting after it, but it's part of their routine. Like, look at all those old people that'll walk that track.
Okay.
They're not sweating their asses out. They're just
Yeah.
taking a power walk and they go home.
Yeah, I've
you're
seen
right.
people like come in for classes or something.
Yeah,
they
and they
leave.
leave.
They're not changing in between.
I gotta take a shower.
But you're a big sweaty oaf.
So wait, what if?
Like, you leave stains.
Yeah.
That's gross.
No, okay.
You
so
need
wait,
to shower.
So wait, people that don't sweat, not actually doing the gym thing right. Me, I sweat too much. So what's
But you
what's
get
the
after
answer?
it. You try
Yeah,
to train
damn
like
right. Hashtag no days off.
you're trying to be some kind of half-ass Olympian.
Shut up. No, man, like, especially if you have cloth seats in your car, I don't care how little you worked out, you have to take a shower.
Well, yeah, because you're turning that seat into a Mr. Coffee filter for your butt sweat.
God, it's so gross, man. Like, I play beer league hockey, and I'll watch dudes, like, play a whole hockey
Yeah.
game with all their smelly-ass gear and walk out without showering. Like, what are you
Well,
doing,
I guess
man?
the gear's going to be smelly anyways, right?
Oh, God. But it's in the bag, at least. Like, your
Yeah.
ass is going,
Yeah.
come on.
Ah.
I don't know. There should be an alarm that goes off for people that don't take a shower when they leave the gym locker room. You should be forced to get naked and wet next to me. It gets even more uncomfortable when you go to a gym that has like the sauna area.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
My husband loves the sauna.
Like of the Wild West of the locker room, the wildest of the West is the sauna.
Yeah,
What?
I could top that.
What?
So the whole show used to work out at the JCC.
I love. Okay, hold on. Let me do the quotation figures. Work out.
Oh, yes. So they had the hot tub, the sauna, but they also had this room that it was nothing but a big room of like lazy boy recliners.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when you walked in there, they would give you a bed sheet
Oh,
and you'd be naked
what?
and you could sit down on these recliners
Yeah.
and to cool down, right? And watch television. They had
So
a
this
big
is
screen
after-
TV in there.
This is after the sauna.
Everybody's worked out. You could sit there with this bed sheet over you. You're naked.
Why?
Sitting it because guys just want to sit. And you would see old dudes in there sound asleep with the sheet completely open.
What a weird feature.
It was the oddest thing, but goddamn was it comfortable.
Well, you
You
did
could
it?
also-
Oh, absolutely.
You could also just go home.
You could, but most of these guys don't want to go home.
Yeah.
Like, that's a room for guys that don't want to go home.
Yeah,
so,
sitting naked on a bed sheet watching television with a bunch of strangers. Yeah, that's definitely
bro,
not wanting to go home.
you get coffee, juice, sandwich, hanging out. These guys are walking around. Some of these guys would get up and start having conversations with like this like sheet over them.
But you're weird about sitting on furniture that you think somebody sweat on.
But I got the sheet. No, so that's another thing. They got a towel kid.
Okay.
They got a
but
chamois
do they-
guy to chamois her down.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Okay, I've heard of some really
Does that
awful...
still exist, do you think?
Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But like me, T, Weeze, and the whole
the worst of the naked bodies, man!
the whole crew.
Oh!
Bull Gensler was in there.
Wait, D. Bull Gensler?
Yeah. And you got to see the full Bull Gensler.
Bro, I've heard of some terrible jobs that don't pay. But chamois guy for naked chairs.
Yeah.
So
Did
how
you
about
have to
this?
tip him?
Oh yeah.
In more ways than one, Kimmy.
The other thing is hot tub, naked ass.
Ah.
And then sit naked in the sauna. And I remember like guys relieving themselves in the drain.
For God's sakes, man.
I'm surprised this didn't gross you out.
Oh, it
just
did.
based on how you
Yeah.
are. Yeah.
No, but how do you
I
start with...
I wasn't a member very long.
I just don't get how you start with, like, oh, old guys having conversations creep me out. And then you tell that whole story.
Right?
But I kind of listen, man. I get like a lot of these guys, you know, been married 40, 50 years. They want to be around their old ladies all day. So it was like a boys' club, and they had a men's and a women's side.
But it's just weird that you could just, I mean, you could do that without being nude. I guess that's
All
my
of
point.
those things.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's very relaxing being nude.
Okay.
For you,
All
not
right.
for everybody else around.
All those guys didn't mind it, man.
Okay.
They'd have the financial network on. Everybody's hanging out.
All right. Well, let's say you want to get away from your old lady, but you like having your pants on.
Oh, okay.
You can go to the bar.
Oh yeah.
Right, and the bar used to be, if you hear Tommy wax poetic about it, it was a place where men went and it's where men hung out. You didn't have to worry about wife and kids.
No, but there has been an intrusion into the bar scene over the years. You have to admit.
And
it's been weakened.
nowhere will that be more apparent than this weekend. Because despite the fact that you'll have a lot of people getting after it harder than they do all year for the parade and St. Patrick's Day on Sunday, it's also the most likely weekend you will see kids at the bar.
Yes.
We'll get into that, and it's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we gonna bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming up next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. These are places for adults. Yet the last few decades, bars have eased up when it comes to allowing little ones to tag along.
Yeah.
And that has caused some controversy. What makes it more complicated, this weekend, the rules about kids and bars get even more muddled, Tommy.
What?
Because when one group of people treat this as a massive party and another group of people treat it as a family day, well, there could be some friction.
No.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second.
Yeah.
But it's Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short.
No.
Or
Why would you do that?
Or stupid. Or say it looks like they're wearing their grandmother's Afghan on their feet this morning.
What's wrong with my sneakers?
Bro, you're wearing quilted turquoise
They're very
sneakers.
They're very comfortable.
I hope they're comfortable because they look really stupid.
I can't believe they still were available. They weren't sold out yet when I bought them.
Did they made other colors, right?
Well, this color was the only one left. So I had to snatch it up before that was gone.
Look, man, I know we bust your balls about your outfits all the time, right? But, like, seriously, with this case here, what the hell were you thinking?
Well, it kind of matches the outfit. I was going with a blue theme today. A lighter, like a summer spring blue look.
If you want to try and see what we can't even begin to explain over the radio.
They're very. What's wrong with my shoes?
Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube and Twitch. On YouTube and Twitch, it's The Break Room, WCMF, brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing. What the hell were you thinking? You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm dressed today like I'm going to sell you knockoff solar eclipse glasses next month on the side of the road that is going to give you retina damage. Because I'm just a chintzy solar eclipse glass selling little bitch.
Didn't you argue last week you can just look at the sun with your bare eyes?
You can. That's why it's such a scamola.
Do not listen to this man. We take all of your bitch voices. We run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Well, Pat,
Maybe if I was a kid.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, no.
It's Tommy, and I don't think I have the ability to just tuck and roll out of a roller car into the water because I'm a scared ass not James Bond. Be a little bitch.
Oh, Pat Duffy, I'm going to be in the Olympics, except I'm going to be in synchronized starvation trader because I'm a skinny, scrawny little bitch. I didn't say nothing. You started
Very
it.
defensive.
I got two people who care about me trying to help me, but I won't take any advice, and I tried to sodomize one of them because I'm a big ass. I don't know how to use a phone sensitive ass bitch.
You notice how he's having this take before 7 a.m. What
Yeah.
time does your wife wake up? I'm scared.
What time do you
Oh,
clean the house?
Tommy, I'm scared
Never?
of my wife, so I'm going to have this hot take on cheating before she wakes up in the morning because I'm a little cheat-defending little bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to wear my little Olympic jacket this morning because I want to look like Michael Phelps' busted cousin. Because I'm just a busted cousin-looking little bitch.
I would love to be Michael Phelps' busted
You
cousin.
would be busted, which means you get none of Michael Phelps' wealth. But I don't blame Wegmans. They'll put out solar party platters.
Was that Danny's idea? Danny, I love you, Danny, and I think you know who I am, and you're the best, and you're so cool. I want to drive around
He
in a
is cool,
Ferrari and
man.
Lamborghini. I want to wear shirts like you, and I do, but I look like a busted-ass poor person. I look like Danny Wegman if Danny Wegman got hit in the head with a hammer and he had fetal alcohol syndrome.
And that concludes another rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
St. Patrick's Day this weekend.
Yeah, buddy.
The parade downtown on Saturday. The actual day on
So
Sunday.
exciting.
And both days, the bars are going to be packed.
Oh, yeah.
Throughout the greater Rochester area. You'll see 20-somethings getting after it. You'll see 30, 40, 50-somethings having a good time, a drink or two or seven. And on St. Patrick's Day,
Yeah.
you are most likely to also see kids in the bar. The families that have taken the kids out for the parade or for a day of fun with mom and dad and maybe even the rest of the extended family. So, Tommy, you are on record as very anti-kids at the bar ever.
Yeah, it's not good for anybody.
What do you mean by that?
The kids don't need to see that. I don't need to see that. I got to watch my mouth because your kid's in there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that hard for you?
Well, you're going to see skanking and drinking and puking and peeing.
Skanking, drinking, puking, and peeing.
You know it's all going to go down. That's just on the street.
So days like we're going to have this weekend,
Yeah.
there are a lot of exceptions to kids in the bar. Because, Tommy, there are lots of families who see St. Patrick's Day as a day for everybody.
Yeah, the parade and everything, all the events surrounding it.
I grew up in one of those families.
Yeah.
I am raising my kids in one of those families. And some of those families see no harm in their kids standing around and having a soda while mom and dad have a beer and hop from bar to bar all afternoon. You're going to tell me that you do not see St. Patrick's Day as a kids in the bar exception.
I don't see it as a kids' day. I don't even get why it's a kids' day.
Why?
It's all for adults.
No, it's not. The parade is all for the parade's for kids.
They're
You
drinking all over that parade.
Oh, they're drinking. Oh, you can't drink on the street, man. Joke's on you, man.
St. Patrick's Day itself was always something that, like, teachers made fun in school, right? Like, they would do, like, you know, some, like, kind of, I don't know if they still do it, but like a leprechaun came and messed up the classroom. Like, it was like some... You'd have like a St. Patrick's theme day going on that day. It was something you look forward to as a kid.
But that's where
like,
it
it's
should
not
stay.
just for adults.
Okay, so if I'm an adult that wants to have a beverage or two, right?
And that's you make it sound so Disney.
What?
Just a beverage or two and
Well,
light
there are
conversation.
There are certain bars that I would argue are more family friendly than others during that
they're
day.
in Fairport.
And those are
No, do you hear yourself, you East Side ass bitch? He's cool, man. Check it out. Nobody ever makes fun of Fairport. Fairport's cool. Who was that kid that called the other day? I live in Fairport. Everyone in Fairport's cool, man. Nobody's mean, man.
Yeah, if you go down to like McKayak's, it's a very nice bar.
you're gonna run into the same people, young people, partying in Fairport too.
She's right. Look, okay, I agree with you. There are some bars where kids in the bar just shouldn't happen. Like locally, a place like Salinger's, that's an adult bar.
Bro, that place
people.
gets wild.
It doesn't. That's like the place you can go and it doesn't get wild.
Bro, I know the bros that hang out. They're still there.
You want to
I
talk
just
about
think that there's some bars that generally attract more like younger, like hard. They're gonna go a little harder than others.
Yeah.
like the bars
Yeah.
at East Alexander,
Yeah.
Kimmy. Those are full of 20-somethings getting after it. There shouldn't be kids in those bars. You would not want to put a kid in that environment.
No.
But where it gets complicated, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, especially on St. Patrick's Day. The bar restaurant.
Yeah.
Think of places like Flaherty's. Think of places of Shamrock Jack's, like places
Right.
like that. Because those places will be doing Irish food specials. They're going to have live entertainment. There's also going to be people who treat those places as straight up bars that want to come in and have a bunch of
gonna be
drinks.
And it's
mix.
going to be loud as hell.
It's a party atmosphere, but kids are normally allowed in a place like that. Should kids be around there?
No, a kid should not be around adult party,
Shut up.
debauchery atmosphere.
Okay.
I think
look at those places as debauchery.
No,
Irish debauchery.
I mean,
Pasty white debauchery.
you were probably exposed to more inside your home making drinks for your parents than these kids are
Well,
exposed to.
but that was a
having,
good parent.
like an Irish meal at a bar.
But shouldn't we be going in the other direction?
Learn from my mistakes,
Yes.
people. Man who would get drunk on the porch and allow my nephew when I watched him to skateboard when he wasn't allowed to. Learn from me.
Yes.
So
I mean, some of my most fond memories as a kid was going out to like the bar with my dad after his softball game and eating chicken fingers at the bar while he played darts with his buddies.
All right.
yeah, like I loved going to Bathtub Billy's and places like that when I was younger, right? Like I grew up in those places. And look at me. I turned out totally fine.
Yeah, you two are very normal.
Kimmy's normal.
Issues.
All right, so you're telling me then that this weekend, any parent that brings a kid into a bar is a bad parent.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I say ban the child.
Okay, hold on one second.
Save the child. Ban the child, save the child.
Hold on, I got to text my wife real quick. Hey, honey, Tommy said that you're a terrible mother.
That's not what I said.
What? We're gonna be downtown. I'm sure my kids will be in bar restaurants with us at some point.
But your kids are different. They're world travelers.
Shut
They're
up,
more
you bitch-ass coward-ass
exposed in
bitch.
culture. They've been to London.
Yes.
I don't know no London.
Which, by the way, is strange because in London, yeah, I don't know if you've been to London. Like there were kids in every bar.
Yeah, but they grew up that way and they're cultured.
What do you
They're
mean
not
cultured?
wild ass.
What you know that gave me so that gave me porn. That was a 9-year-old. Like that was one of the most striking differences, and I understand that there's a difference in alcohol
and how they approach it.
Yeah. But like every pub you went into in London, there were kids in that pub.
All right. You want to be London?
Well, no, not on St. Patrick's Day, definitely. But the point I'm making is
Yes.
I don't know. Like, I want my kids to go have fun. I want my kids to experience this stuff. I don't want them to be in a place where people are going to be getting out of control. But
you don't know that going in. That's the problem. There's no guarantee that place you're going into, somebody's not going to lose it.
Okay, but you can't make that guarantee inside a Wegmans
You
or
can't,
inside
but,
a bank.
But there isn't like party night at Wegmans where we're just boozing and grocery shopping.
At
Yes,
Pittsburgh Wegmans there is.
Well, yeah, but it's more refined. A lot of those people have been to London.
I see. 252 WCMF 2529263. Tommy, very anti-kids in bars, which is rough because this weekend is the kids in bars capital of the year, right? Like you're going to see families out at the parade, stopping into places where kids are allowed. You talk about places like Flaherty's or Shamrock Jack's where it's a restaurant and a bar. You'll have people that go to just have drinks. You'll have families that go to have food. There are also issues with the ages of the kids you bring out.
Yeah.
And, Kimmy, I think you can make the argument that the older the kid is, the worse idea it is to bring him to a bar.
I mean, like the older your kid is to like process what's really going on, or like maybe try to sneak a drink themselves. That's kind of when they're in that gray area of maybe this isn't a good idea anymore.
No.
Like if you have a baby, a toddler, a kid up to like 9, 10, right?
A kid that you can look at and know like that's a kid, whereas like once you hit like that preteen, teenager age, I'm thinking you're kind of on the border.
Yeah.
The closer they get to alcohol,
Right. The
more
interest
dangerous
in
this is
alcohol.
going to be.
So it's that, and I think the realization, like Kimmy said, of what's happening around them, right?
Sure.
Like if my...
Like that person's not acting right.
Exactly. Whereas my 7, 8, 9-year-old might just think that's a friendly person.
Right.
I mean, here's the thing. You know, you bring up like what you went through as a kid at your house. Your dad taught you how to
Bro, I
make
saw some
Manhattans.
weird stuff as a kid that you should have not seen.
Every kid has seen weird stuff as a kid you probably shouldn't have seen.
No, but my parents like endorsed it. You know? My parents took me to Vegas when I was 13. They took me to Bourbon Street when I was 12. And I still remember being with my Uncle John and him pointing out, like, they had on Bourbon Street, they had the chicks on the swing. That were like, they'd swing in and out of other places and they're topless, right?
Yeah.
And Tommy, go take a look. Look at that. You know, I shouldn't have been exposed to that crap because that gave me a warped sense of what women were.
I don't disagree with you.
I apologize to my first two wives.
I don't disagree with you, but there's not going to be an Irish bar this weekend where there's topless women swinging
Or
in and
you
out
don't
of it.
think you're going to see some green nips at the bar?
Green nips.
Some chicks because I've noticed that St. Patrick's Day and Mardi Gras have kind of fused because now
You're out of
you
your
have
mind. You're out of
you
your
wearing
mind.
those beads and everything
Completely
now.
different
And I
holidays.
guarantee you, show me your Irish shamrocks.
I have been to every St. Patrick's Day party.
I've never seen boobs on St.
Since I was a
Patrick's
kid.
Day.
I've never seen a
I
nipple
have
in my
seen
life. No, you haven't.
Boobs with
You are lying.
pasty shamrock nips.
You are lying right now. And by the way,
and that was at a sales meeting.
pasty shamrock nips in the bar is my favorite Pogue song.
There's going to be some.
No,
you know,
there won't. I've never seen
and
nipples
brother,
out in the
the
bar.
horny level's going to go up too. You got a bunch
Shut
of
up, man.
horny ass girl.
Bro, you paint this picture of what you think St. Patrick's Day is in Rochester because you never go out. You paint this picture. Most of the bars will be a bunch of people laughing and having fun, having a drink.
Most people are going to be above board, but it takes a couple of
Shut up.
over here
Shut up.
to ruin it for everybody.
Shut up. Shut up. But you do bring up a good point here.
Right.
Not the nipple thing. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about St. Patrick's Day. The most likely weekend you will see kids in a bar, despite the fact it's also the weekend that people are most likely to get after it. If you were a kid that went bar hopping with your parents on St. Patrick's Day,
You saw some stuff.
and I know you're out there, it can lead to conflicting emotions because on one hand, personally, it was some of the most fun I've ever had in my life.
Well, it's a party.
I have friends I met there when I was a kid that are close to me to this day.
Yeah.
It was something my siblings and I all bonded over to the point where we're all going downtown this weekend
Oh,
with our
yeah.
kids now. But on the other hand, like you just said, I can admit there are things I saw that I shouldn't have seen. Back in the day, there were folks that were lax about rules they should have been observing.
Right.
And maybe some of the issues that I have now showed up from back then.
What do you think?
But it is a different environment now than it was 20, 30 years ago. Much different.
But here's, I mean, that bar culture hasn't changed though.
I think it is.
I mean, no, but there's still there's some of those old guys and gals still show up at the bar, and they raise kids, and those kids are not going to the bar.
So we get a room on Friday and Saturday night every year for the
Yeah,
party.
you go hardcore.
This is what
You're like orthodox Irish parade guy.
I've done this since I was a kid. I told you I was in a bagpipe band. We marched in
I
the
know.
parade every year. Like this is my thing. I love it. I feel
I
like
know.
I'm home during this stuff, right? And there is in the hotel we're staying in, bless you, there is a bar. and it's a pretty laid-back bar.
It's a hotel bar, yeah.
Right? But they do a great job of, like, making it festive. And my kids will be in and out of that with us all weekend. Does that make me a bad father?
No, because like I said, your kids have been exposed at a young age to culture.
I'm a coward. Everybody
Your
else
wife
is
has done a phenomenal job with exposing these children to like a more worldly view.
Yeah.
And not everybody's had that opportunity.
Shut up. Shut up.
There's a poor suckling child that's going to be down there. Doesn't know no London. And he's going to see some pasty-ass, shriveled up Irish boobies. They're going to look like the last two potatoes left during the famine, hanging out with the little green nippers. And that's going to mess that child up.
Little Green Nippers was my favorite song for the Big Bopper back in the 50s.
Hello, baby. Are those green nippers?
252 WCMF.
Will I what?
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Eric. Hey, Eric, what's up, buddy?
Hey there. At the very worst, it's a teachable moment for kids. I mean,
What not to do?
yeah, don't be that guy over there.
He's not
There's
wrong.
nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with taking kids. My father used to take me to the bar when I was 6, 3 times a week, and use me as bait to try and catch women.
Eric, you're not helping our cause here, bud.
No, I mean that's obviously something you shouldn't be doing, and I kind of figured that out over the years. But I mean, there is nothing wrong with taking kids to the bar. It's fun, it's interesting, it's and especially on St. Patrick's Day, which is amateur night. You know, it's the time when all kinds of people who have no business drinking alcohol are ruining it for those of us who know how. And here, learn something. It's a fine thing.
Thoughts?
Okay, so what do you tell your kid? Well, if they're doing it, why can't I?
Well, because that's an adult and you're not.
Peeing outside? That's not an adult thing. That's an illegal thing.
Well, actually, I think my youngest is still at the age where she can get away with peeing outside.
I'm pretty sure you can't.
I don't think so.
Bro, okay, look, man. Anywhere you go, there's the potential for your kid to see something. Right?
Okay, but now you're going into the Hornets.
Oh,
now.
shut up, man.
I understand, like, life can show up in surprising moments, but you're asking for it.
Eric, remind me, do you have kids? You don't have kids, right?
I don't. No.
Okay, all right. Well, that doesn't help me in any way.
Now,
Are you-
your old ass don't have no kid?
No. God,
Your old
am I
ass
going
don't
out
have
with
no
you?
kid either, you
Freaking
idiot.
weirdo.
Eric, are you going out this weekend
Of
at all?
course
or
he
no?
is.
Not a chance.
Okay.
He's going to be that guy at the end of the bar with, like, red chest hair just gawking at the young girls.
What the hell is wrong
What
with
are
you,
you
man?
talking about?
Eric the Gawker.
Eric, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. So, I don't think that call helped our argument.
No,
Kimmy,
he's
in
terrible,
any way.
that
either,
guy.
yeah.
The guy's the worst.
I guess though, by exposing your kid to this kind of scene, they'll never be shocked by it. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but the earlier that they can kind of process what's going on here, they won't be so surprised later on in life when people are acting nuts.
And I will say this.
Yeah.
All right, I will say this. The situations you put your kids in early determine, I believe, the personality and ability to react in certain situations as they grow, right?
All right.
And I am convinced that I am so damn charming and have the ability to talk my way out of anything because of going to St. Patrick's Day bars. I'm not kidding.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I learned to speak like an adult. I learned to have conversations like an adult when I was 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, right?
Okay.
No?
Listen, I can't deny your experience.
Bro, you were giving me alcohol at 15 inside bars.
Yeah, but you were such a big kid. Like, I passed you off as an adult.
That doesn't make a difference.
Like, you look like post-college dumbass. You were like, what, 12?
Let's take one more call, 252 WCMF. Kids in the bar on St. Patrick's Day. Austin's got the last word. Hey, Austin, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. So you guys talk about bars and whatnot on St. Patrick's Day, but what about during the Bills season, during tailgates and Bills games? Obviously, the Bills Mafia is also not a good place for kids, but, you know, everybody celebrates that anyways.
I mean, that's a good point. Austin, I will say this. I do think that parking lot gets a bad rap. I've taken my kids to tailgates, and
You can find a tailgate for whatever you're looking for.
And you really have to go looking for the debauchery, Kimmy, right? But
Yeah.
Austin, that's another good point. Like, if you start, Tommy, checking off the places your kids shouldn't be exposed to bad things, you can't take your kids anywhere.
Okay, but there's a difference between a parking lot tailgate and an actual adult bar.
Is there?
No, there.
Is there?
That's right.
There's a difference.
And I'm right.
Austin?
No argument now.
Yeah, there you go, Austin. You did it, buddy. You finally shut his stupid ass up. Thanks for the call, bud. Have a good rest of the day. All right, listen. Listen. I'm not trying to beat you up here. I think that you're making an argument that is a valid argument.
I was sticking up for children.
Yes, looking out for the safety of children. I think it's an uninformed argument, but I think your heart's in the right place. And I want to do something to make things better for you.
That's it.
Because, like, the closer this eclipse gets, the angrier you're getting about
It's getting ramped up because every night now in the news, there's 2 news stories a night on this goddamn cloud.
Yes, it sucks for us because, we're a show that relies on news stories. So,
Coming up next, more about the dark.
But what if we took something you already loved and gave you the opportunity to enjoy the eclipse that way?
Oh.
Because if Tommy Muley does not enjoy watching the eclipse like this, there's no hope for him.
Okay.
We'll tell you what it is next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The Eclipse events just keep coming, Tommy.
Oh, boy, what we got now?
And, well, look, it's so great that so many people are super excited to be coming to the greater Rochester
It's bringing
area.
everybody together, Pat.
However, the ways in which people will be taking this in are starting to get a little ridiculous.
I knew it.
Because it's hard to imagine a more expensive way to take in this moment
Yeah.
than this one.
What are they doing?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You can log on to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see John Anderson and the Band Geeks. Yes, Epics, Classics, and more. That tour is coming June 3rd to the Kodak Center. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. We know there are hundreds of thousands of people on the way to Rochester April 8th for the Eclipse.
Oh, they're rolling, buddy.
We know that the Rochester Museum and Science Center, hotels, bars, restaurants, other big-time venues are having parties and selling tickets. And, Tommy, we were stunned 2 weeks ago when we found out the cost to attend some of these events.
Yes.
Didn't they want like $80 at SUNY
Yeah, there are a
Brockport?
few expensive ones, and we were trying to figure out what you get for that.
But those pale in comparison to what we're looking at here.
So it's like a top shelf viewing.
It doesn't get top or shelf.
Shuffle.
My favorite character from Top Gun, by the way.
Okay.
Story on 10 NBC this week talked to charter boat captains who work on Lake Ontario.
Oh, yeah.
And they say they are all booked up with people that have used them to watch the eclipse on the water.
Yeah, because you'll have nothing to obstruct your view.
And that's what they say.
Yeah.
Think about this, man. Renting a boat, a person to take you out on that boat.
And the steelheader's running right now, I think.
I'm sure there's going to be like food and beverage included in that.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot imagine what that is going to cost. Because you're a boat person. Can you ballpark me what one day on a boat to go watch the eclipse?
You're
Chartering a
gonna,
boat for a
if
day.
these are private chartered boats,
Yeah.
that could run you $1,000. Because if
Really?
you want to rent a boat for a day, I think or a half day, I think it runs around $500 to rent a boat. So if you're going to charter one,
Yeah.
and that's like basically it's your boat for the day with a captain, it's got to go $1,000.
All right, phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. For people that actually know, how close is Tommy to what he threw out here? But here's the thing.
Yeah.
It's not just the charter boats that are going to be out.
Yeah.
In the same story on 10 NBC, first responders who cover Lake Ontario say they expect a massive increase in boat traffic on Eclipse Day. And they say they've been planning since November of last year for this. They were very clear in the story. Quote, "It's not the charter boats we're worried about. Our concern here is the novice weekend boater.
Pleasure boater.
The boater who doesn't normally launch the boat this early and has
Yeah.
not prepared in advance and don't have the attire to go out there with the exposure to the elements."
It's going to be cold probably,
Yes,
especially on the water.
They're worried about that. They say the water temps are going to be around 39 degrees. And at that temperature, if something were to go wrong, you can only survive in that water on average for about an hour. And Kimmy, I was shocked with how dark that story took a turn quickly.
Yep,
right?
yep.
It's like, hey, look at these boaters. You're going to die in the water.
But here's the problem is I think April 1st is when they pull the bridge in Irondequoit.
Okay.
The swing bridge so you can get out. So everybody that's got a boat in that area can now get easily into the lake. So, yeah, you could have a ton of people, a lot of pleasure boaters going out there.
Oh, they say there's going to be a ton.
Yeah.
They're expecting a ton of people.
Yeah, so look out.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. I know we got a lot of boat folks that listen to this show. Are there that many folks planning on going out on the water for this? Because, like, look, in theory, it's a very romantic way to take this in.
Yeah, but it's going to be cold. It could be rough out there. It's still early spring.
Okay.
So your point, like most people don't go boating this early.
And I bet you there are people listening who had this idea and thought they were going to beat the crowds that we're expecting for the eclipse on the water here. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So the Coast Guard, the Sheriff's Department, and local fire departments who cover the lake say they will have a visible presence on the water on the day of the eclipse. They include boats, EMS, air support on standby, and even larger vessels on scene.
All right.
Does that mean we're getting an aircraft carrier?
Yeah. The old lake aircraft carrier. It's stuck here.
The USS Edith Muley? They call it the Mudsucker. Would you get on a boat for this if your friend gave you an invite?
It's too goddamn cold and miserable
shut
out there.
up,
Bro,
you
it's
busy-
miserable on a boat that time of the year.
You call yourself a boat person, and you ain't getting on a boat to watch the eclipse.
It ain't going to be like you're going to be in shorts and T-shirts and drinking a beer. It's going to be miserable out there.
You could drink yourself warm, put on a beer sweater.
Okay. Oh, your mom?
I just got a call that one-ups the boat.
What do we got?
A man called in and said the flight school is taking people up in the airplanes
Oh,
to
trainers?
see the eclipse.
Wow.
How much does that cost?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
$1,000 an hour.
Shut up, you idiot. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on boats. You won't know nothing about planes. Nothing.
Well, here's what plane. I mean, at least with a boat, you can hang out and party
Yeah.
all day. But with a plane, I mean, you're just up and down.
I mean, you have to
quick.
really be into the eclipse viewing.
There
The
are
eclipse only lasts a little while.
there are commercial air companies. Like
They're
US Air.
following the whole trail,
Right.
Yes,
like
no, I
in
know.
a, like in a United flight.
No,
Yeah.
but that's what I mean. Like people are already doing that.
Yeah.
Man, how much money are people planning to spend?
Apparently
Nobody's
taking
got
this in?
money, man. The economy's terrible.
Kimmy, would you get on a boat to watch the eclipse if a friend invited you?
Yeah, I guess. Why not? I mean, I'm gonna want to watch this thing anyways, no matter where I am. So why not try it from a boat? Maybe get a better view.
I mean, look, she's right, man. Like you're away from all the lights of the community, right? The
It'll be an experience for sure.
the light pollution, as they say. And think about like the breathtaking scene that would be there, like the water on the water while the sun
Yeah.
disappears. That sounds really cool.
It could be, but I don't think it's going to be as quiet and serene as you think.
Do you need it to be quiet and serene?
It depends what you're looking for.
Yeah.
But compared to where else, right? Like if you're
Yeah.
going to go to a park and watch it, there's going to be thousands
Any
of people.
of the events going on.
Like everyone's going to be jammed all over the place watching
Yeah,
it.
but there's going to be a bunch of outboard jackholes out there too.
outboard jack.
Hey, you know what I'm talking about, and you know who I'm talking to, and y'all going to be out there too.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Story on 10 NBC this week. Something we didn't see coming. There are vessels. What do you call those things? Charter boats that are taking people out on Lake Ontario.
And those guys are pros. Like
Yes.
they know the water.
You got it. To observe the eclipse on April 8th. Further, EMS firefighters say they're expecting a whole bunch of people on Lake Ontario, just your casual weekend boater out doing their thing.
I'm firing up the Rebel Swamp Rat, buddy.
Rebel swap. Like, the more I hear this, the more I kind of want to do this.
And you're not a boater at
I
all.
hate being on boats, man.
If you hate being on boats, this will confirm everything you hate about boats.
Well, no, but I can handle the cold just fine.
Yes.
I got no problem having a drink in my hand. I'm just sitting.
But you've
looking
never
up-
been late cold. You've been like poor cold.
What does that even mean, man?
There's difference between poor squalor cold and being out on the water late cold. It's a different cold.
No, it's not. You're just a sissy. And bro, when it comes to talking about being cold, I ain't taking your advice.
And you
about
don't know how
anything.
angry that lake's going to be that day, son.
Okay, I don't get seasick. I just don't like the.
You never been on the sea to get seasick. And don't tell me you've been on a Carnival cruise and you were fine.
No, I've been.
what's happening.
He's just yelling
What
for no
boating
reason.
you done?
I don't get seasick, man.
All right.
Well, you get seasick, you bitch. You water ass bitch.
No, I'm a good boater.
Why don't you go prove it? Get out on the water. You won't.
I was smart
You
enough
won't.
to know to stay out that day.
Okay. You know,
It's the St. Patrick's Day of
oh my
boating.
God, shut up. Everything that's fun and cool, you just want to crap all over. Like, could you let anyone have any fun?
Go have your fun, but you're gonna regret.
Yeah, are you allowed to charge people to go on your boat? Do you need like a license for that to be like a boat business?
I would assume so. What do you mean? Like if I owned my own boat and I said, "Yeah, you can come out, you can bring everybody, but it's $100 a head."
All right, for example, you got really pissed off last week because there is a convent in Pittsford, a nunnery, as you put it, that is charging people to park on their property and watch the eclipse. And you were like, oh, I can't believe they're allowed to do that. But people do it all the time.
Right.
PGA Championship, training camp. Like, I don't have a license, but I'm allowed to let people park on my lawn. If I were to charge people, like you said, $100 a head to come out on my boat, can I get in trouble for doing that?
I guess you could, but who's gonna know? And it's all it's cash under the T, under the bow.
Under the
Yeah, under the bottom of the boat. Yes,
Yeah.
it's under the hull.
You know, I guess there is one potential problem here with all these people out on the water.
Yeah, collisions.
Well, that's just it. Like when you watch it on land, there's structure, right? People in parking spots. There are roads to
Yeah,
take.
there's lanes and stop signs.
I mean, it is up to every person
Bro.
captaining these vessels to be cool while you're out
Somebody's
there.
gonna run aground. Somebody's gonna bump bows.
Bow bumping?
Oh, bow bumping.
One of my favorite Bee Gees songs.
Bow bumping, bumping your boat.
I mean, you would have to be hoping the entire time that everyone around you knows the rules of the water.
And here's another
Well, I
thing
guess-
you're gonna have to do because the Coast Guard is gonna be out,
Okay.
right?
Probably, yeah.
Everybody's gonna have to have on a life vest while you're watching it.
That's good policy.
It is, but it's very uncomfortable.
You
Shut
might
up. No, it's not. I hate idiots like you, man. You sound like seatbelt guy. I don't wear my seatbelt because it's so comfortable.
Don't you have to on a charter boat anyways, or no?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter if the Coast Guard's out or not.
Yeah,
Still have to have
but
it on.
you're not going to have as much fun sitting there in your life vest.
I always have a life vest on when I go out on like a lake
I
around here.
saw your dad's boat. I would suggest that too.
I have never been like, oh, I can't.
The raging dock sucker.
You think you just don't look cool in a vest? Admit it.
Nobody looks cool in a vest unless you're dealing blackjack on a river boat in the 1800s.
No, but that's what I mean. Like, it has nothing to do with uncomfortable. You wore your cool Eclipse outfit, and you want everyone to see it. So I'm not wearing a life vest. I'm not wearing a life vest, man.
And by the way, if your old lady's got some, if your old lady's stacked,
Yeah.
she ain't gonna want to wear that life vest, bro.
Okay. Can I ask?
She won't be able to talk through it.
Can I ask a side question?
Yeah.
Because like my daughter plays hockey, and they have started making now girls' shoulder pads for
their breasts.
You got. Thank you.
What? We're just trying to have an adult conversation about
For their. I think everyone got where we were going.
bosoms.
For their breasts, yes.
Yeah.
Do they make life vests for breasts?
They didn't when I was boating.
Kimmy, can you Google it? Breast. We'll call it a life breast.
Well, you just would use a bigger life vest.
It doesn't work because what happens is because my dad had boats, and my mother was stacked.
Come on, man.
Bro, she had big breasts, and she had a nice figure. So when she would put on the life vest, it would be like here on her because it has to go over them, right?
Yeah.
So you can't see.
If it doesn't exist, that's our $1 million. The life breast.
Yeah.
It's $1 million. We already got the name, bro.
For a more endowed female.
Yeah, but
For the more endowed boater.
would you have to sell it by cup size though?
Yeah.
So okay, that's tougher to sell.
Well, no, wait, they sell bras with cup size.
No, I understand, but bras are less expensive to produce than a whole effing life vest, man.
Yeah.
All right. While we're working on our $1 million idea, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about folks out on the water, Lake Ontario for the Eclipse. Ernie's on CMF. Hey, Ernie. What's
Great
up, buddy?
boat name.
Hey, I've been listening to your conversation about the boating, and it would be nice to be out there, but what we have to think about, too, is this is happening the first week of April, and how many boaters have actually had their boats serviced and ready for this rather than just popping them out of storage and throwing them in?
Okay, is that a problem?
Yeah, you got some dead engines out there.
You got dead engines?
Yeah.
I work with a dead engine every single day.
How's it going?
Not great. Ernie, are you a boating guy?
Of course he is.
I was. The best 2 days is when you buy one and you sell it.
Attaboy, Ernie. All right, Ernie, I'll ask you this then. Having been a boating guy, I'm sure you still have friends that have boats, I assume, right?
Yeah,
All right, if one of your buddies invited you out for the Eclipse on the water, would you go?
probably.
All right, so... And you would too. Like Tommy said to no. You would be out there, you'd be taking pictures, posting on my Instagram, check me out, guys. Yeah, I'm so cool. Sun went away and I'm on a boat, man. All right.
And I think you mentioned it, that you'd be away from the artificial lighting. I think it would be good, but Tommy's point as well, too. Don't know what that lake is going to be like that day.
He could be angry.
Ernie, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. You're absolutely right. Every Ernie has or does own a boat currently.
Yes, at one point in his life.
Right. All right. Let's take a break. If you're gonna have a couple of drinks, you need to have the right drinks.
Oh, yeah.
And some super exciting news coming out of one of the most popular breweries in the greater Rochester area. I mean, it's the original, right?
So what spring brew are they coming up with?
It's the spring
It's
brew
just the spring brew.
that comes out every year.
Oh, that one.
What?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But they are making a change. In fact, 2 of them.
Oh.
And we'll tell you all about it
Okay.
next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Do you hear that, Tommy?
Yeah, what's that?
It's folks around the greater Rochester area running to their local grocery store.
What are they going to get?
Well, the trucks that are carrying these, they're out.
Here we go.
And it means only one thing for
What's
the
that?
greater Rochester area.
Oh, boy.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8 o'clock this morning. Free agency continues for the Bills. We're not going to talk about that. They didn't really do anything yesterday. Signed a receiver that was a special teams guy. The new excitement is what the Bills are trying to do with this brand new stadium. You saw they have the Bills Experience now in Buffalo. Have you seen this?
No.
They bought a storefront, rented a storefront, where you can walk in if you want to buy season tickets.
If you're curious.
Yes, experience what this
Yeah.
new stadium is going to be.
Yeah.
And with all the excitement around that,
Yeah.
there is a man who is screaming it needs to stop. Not just the excitement around the stadium, but the stadium itself. And he is trying to get the United States Supreme Court
To stop construction?
and
After it
hear his
already
argument.
started?
Good luck.
We'll tell you the story just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Genesee Brewery Ruby Red Kolsch is back.
So that's the big summer brew everybody goes crazy over.
You got it. The beloved grapefruit beer, according to Jenny. It's on the trucks. It's been sent out to
So
stores.
it's rolling.
Yes, according to 13 Wham, it'll be on tap at the brew house today.
Mm-hmm.
And the stores, the brewery says they expect stores to have it for sale on Monday the 18th.
All right, so Wegmans will have it soon.
Yeah. Which is good, by the way. You don't want folks on St. Patrick's Day drinking Ruby Red Kolsch. Because I don't, that's like have a 1 or 2 beer.
Yeah.
You don't want to know what 7 Kolsch's taste like coming back up.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's got that grapefruit taste to it.
Yeah.
You can't, you got to work.
You don't want to ruin it for yourself.
Kimmy, the release of the Kolsch has become a borderline holiday in Rochester.
Yeah, because I think it hits right at the perfect time because you're looking forward to the warm weather. It's like a sign of what's to come. Plus, it's just a nice, light, good tasting beer. So all those things combined, I think people. I mean, I also think in the past it was tough to come by at times. Like people would go and just wipe out the stock, but luckily they have that figured out now. So you don't have to run to the store to get it.
Before you open your mouth,
I'm
I know he's making a face.
But
I
just-
can
I
see
just
I'm
it.
taking in the conversation with the young people.
I just want to point out, for the last 54 minutes, you crapped on partying with kids on St. Patrick's
Yeah,
Day.
yeah.
You crapped on everything about the eclipse. So I'm sure that
All
this...
that without a single old man wave.
Yeah, that's true. So, but I'm sure, Kimmy, this take about the Jenny Ruby Red Kolsch, which is wildly popular,
Yeah.
will be measured and intelligent. But you were going to say,
No, this is what these craft brew holes are looking for.
brew holes?
Bro, these are some hipster brew holes.
Jenny isn't even like a craft
I think this
brewer.
is
No,
like
but they've
widely loved.
confiscated it. These hipsters have confiscated the brewery and turned it into Hipsterville.
They sell so much of this beer. I would be curious.
Don't hurt yourself.
I would be curious to know
What's
if their Kolsch outsells Jenny or Jenny Light.
Well,
Like the standards.
Well, it'd be kind of hard because it's only a certain time of the year.
I know, but that's how wildly popular
In
it
You
is.
that
think it
time.
outsells it like
I
Purius?
didn't say I
straight
think.
up.
I said I would be curious to know because Kimmy, in the summertime, depending on how old you are, if you go to a party, one person will have a Ruby Red Kolsch in their hand, and I always have Jenny in my fridge ready to roll. But I mean, you don't always see Jenny Light cans, Jenny cans, cream ale cans in people's hands, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And cream ale is also one of those things that's kind of like a
You
what's the
either
word I'm
love it
looking
or hate
for?
it kind of thing.
Yeah, it's
Well, it's a throwback for sure.
I love it. But it seems that the Ruby Red Kolsch is their most mainstream crossover. Everybody likes it beer.
Yeah.
Is that a fair argument?
Yeah, I
it's-
think so.
It's a summer brew.
But have you tried it?
No,
I'm telling you, I think you would like it.
You would love it.
Yeah,
I only like one beer. And that's it.
Okay.
I know. You're not a beer person.
No, but I have
he's a sissy.
I have a can of beer a week or two.
Wow.
That's it.
Watch
Slow
out.
down.
Come on.
And I'm
What are you, from
drinking your
Germany?
heritage, bro. So you give me crap.
You only drink Guinness because you think it makes you look cool and sophisticated.
Well, it's a very sophisticated beer.
It's not. Everybody drinks Guinness.
Well, you're Irish. I love it.
Okay.
But
Guinness is also good.
Huh?
No, I agree with you. Guinness is good.
I just don't like flavored stuff, and if I can't wrap my head around grapefruit in a beer. Makes no sense to me.
Okay, I understand your
And
hesitation.
I like grapefruit.
I understand your hesitation. I was once like you. I will say this. Personally,
Yeah.
I was blown away by it when I had it the first time.
Yeah.
It's delicious. Second, and Kimmy can back me up on this, I would make the argument that Ruby Red Kolsch is the most mind-changing beer of all the breweries in
on.
Rochester.
Don't be scared.
I'm telling
Don't be
you, man.
scared.
I'm telling you.
And by the way, I don't need to add another thing to my addiction.
Why is it bad to like?
No, I have an
different
addiction
things
to
like?
alcohol. I don't need to add something
Like,
that's
this is gonna
smooth and
change that.
delicious that can destroy my body.
No, so many people.
Now he's worried about
Yeah,
it.
seriously.
My beautiful body.
So many people thought the Ruby Red Kolsch was weird and gross at first, and those same people are now singing its praises. And it's the perfect sitting on the deck summer beer, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
All right.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The Jenny Ruby Red Kolsch is back. It's on the trucks. It's being sent to stores right now. 13 Wham says the brewery expects it'll be on sale in stores on Monday. They say it'll be on tap at the brew house today. Celebration by everybody. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Hey,
Not much. How you guys doing?
You're talking to yourself, Ben?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I was talking to you guys as I was on hold, but yeah, because whatever. Anyways, yeah. So I hate grapefruit, and I hate like grapefruit flavored IPAs. But there's something about Ruby Red Kolsch that I absolutely love it.
Oh.
I think maybe the first time I had it, I think it was at a Red Wings game that they had it there. I'm not entirely sure.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
so it was there. It was the first time I grabbed it.
Well, it's interesting that you like this because, I mean, Tommy, grapefruit can be tart,
Oh, very tired.
and you know how much that can mess with your tongue.
And it happened during the Red Wings game.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, it's two balls there. Oh, we got a little disturbance out there in the grassy knoll over. Let's go. There's a young man out there. He seems to have it. Oh, my God. Here comes Lasorda. He's coming out to the
There's a
mountain. He's got a
twist.
delicious glass of Jack Daniels. You, too, can enjoy Old Number 7 at home, but do it responsibly.
All right. So Ruby Red Kolsch is Ben approved, is what you're saying.
Yes, indeed.
All right, Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
That's only when you see Summer Ben.
Summer Ben.
Summer Ben.
Makes me feel fine.
Okay. There were two curveballs, however, thrown in this story yesterday.
So what's that?
All right, so first off, Genesee is releasing the normal size cans that you see every year. I believe the 12, 16, 12 ounces.
The standard.
Yeah. They're also doing a tall boy Kolsch can this year.
I'm down with that.
Man,
That's
oh, man.
right.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
dangerous.
24 ounces of Ruby Red Kolsch. Tall old Kolsch boy. The other surprising detail in the story was a little disappointing for some people.
What's that?
Well, last year they did a sister beer, the Pineapple Kolsch. Jenny says that will not be returning this year.
So it wasn't a
Okay.
hit.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting. I wouldn't drink a ton of it,
Yeah.
but they do
Maybe
say
the Kolsch won
Too
out.
sweet.
the Ruby
Pineapple's
Red-
way sweeter than a grapefruit.
It wasn't as sweet as you'd think. Like it was good, but Jenny does say they have, and I quote, something else up their sleeves.
Damn. That's coming out this year.
For a summer thing? Or?
I would just read it. They
all
said
right.
we have something else up our sleeves. What other tropical fruit are they going to turn into a beer? Because that's what it's got to be, right?
I
Are we
got it.
getting kiwi Kolsch?
I would definitely think there's some kind of light fruit added to that.
Watermelon Kolsch? Dragon fruit Kolsch?
Could go coconut.
Coconut Kolsch? Ooh,
Well, that
I
was
love
kind of a
coconut.
part of the pineapple one. Had like that kind of coconut.
Oh, it did? Maybe that's why I liked it. I could go. If somebody puts out a coconut beer, I'm all in.
Because I love that coconut water. Coconut beer.
Would you drink a coconut beer?
I might try it, only because I love coconut so much.
Okay.
That coconut, and I know you turn your nose up to coconut water,
No,
but
coconut
it's
water is
actually
stupid. It's stupid.
It's medicinal.
No, okay.
It's an
I
elixir.
know people that swear by it.
No,
Look.
it's like it's healthy.
I know,
It's
I'm
healthier. It's
agreeing
better
with
for you
you.
than water.
It's not
Yeah, well,
better
it has-
for you than water.
Yes,
Well,
it
it has
is.
No,
more
it's not.
It
nutrients.
hydrates you naturally.
Look, are you reading it off the box of coconut water you're drinking?
Quite possibly.
Look, man, I understand the coconut water is not bad for you.
But no,
And-
it's good.
And fun fact, if you are losing blood, a blood transfusion, and you
Right.
don't have blood there, you can use coconut water to keep you from dying.
They
That's
did this during World War II.
yeah.
It saved the boys.
That being said, if you're walking around drinking a cardboard container of coconut water,
And I do.
you look like an obnoxious dick.
Really.
Why is it always in a cardboard container? Is there a reason behind that?
I don't know.
I think it's where it's manufactured.
Oh.
Because
The island of cardboard.
I think it's how they do things in Thailand.
I don't think it's made in Thailand.
Yeah, it's all like even the stuff you get from Wegmans, it's all produced in Thailand. And look at the Taiwanese people; they're very hydrated. They're happy as hell. They're good looking.
I'm guessing it had
They're
something.
radiant.
I'm guessing it has something to do with like how you have to transport coconut water. Like if you put it in a plastic bottle, it wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
I mean, well, how do they do it in the factories?
Yeah, they only have cardboard in. They don't have plastic in Taiwan. You know, it's not like they make anything in Taiwan.
They
out of
don't. Like you
plastic,
can't.
you
The
idiot.
two things you can't get in Taiwan is is plastic and cheese.
No kidding. Shut up.
Go to Bangkok. Ask around.
Okay. Let's take a break. We sit here and we just wait for the Bills to do something big in free agency. We talked about it around this
But
time.
it sounds like they're not going to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We got a couple more days. We really have until the beginning of the season. But the real excitement for some Bills fans is watching the new stadium slowly
taking
rise
shape, right?
from
Coming
the ground.
together.
Yes,
It's got to be cool.
It is kind of cool looking. Thank you, Tommy. But the Bills are giving fans, season ticket holders that want to renew and go across the street when they open this up in 2026, an opportunity to really immerse themselves with this new project that they've undertaken in Buffalo outside of just building the stadium. That being said, there is a man who wants to shut it all down.
Oh, there's always one of these idiots.
Here's the thing, man. Look,
A little late, bro.
He's been trying. He's been trying.
How's that working
Still at
out
it.
for you?
Not well. And he wants the U.S. Supreme Court to hear his argument. And I will say this, man. No matter what side you come down, I don't think his arguments are out of this world.
First of all, the Supreme Court's going to laugh your ass out.
We'll tell you what he wants done and why he despises.
Why say? But what's his problem?
I'm going to tell you his problem with this new stadium. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This seems like too little, too late.
Oh,
and even if this had been front page news before this massive project was approved and started, you don't know the support this guy would have gotten. But here's the thing. Before you freak out and yell, this guy's an idiot.
No, I'm not going to say that.
You should listen.
Let me hear him out.
He may have a couple of good points.
All right, let's hear him.
Look, as much as we want major pro sports in our area, if you're already paying for a ticket and the streaming services to watch it, why are we paying for the place they're having the games?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into the story. Bob Schultz is an angry man.
Schultz
is pissed. He is the founder of a group called We the People. And
Didn't we already have that?
This is like the new one.
Didn't we start that like 200 and something years ago, We the People?
It's like Jefferson Starship.
All right.
And he and his group have taken aim at the new Bills Stadium in Orchard Park.
So what's his take?
He is asking the U.S. Supreme Court to hear a lawsuit he has filed against the project. And his big problem with this stadium is that we're paying for it.
Yes, we are.
New York State and Erie County are paying $850 million for the project. And technically, because of that, the state will own the stadium, right? They own it.
They'll have control.
You got it. But this man and his group say that arrangement is bullcrap.
All right.
He says the Bills are the ones that'll reap all the benefits with ticket sales, beer sales, suite sales, advertising money that goes right into their pockets. He says it violates the U.S. Constitution, and what they've done is illegal.
Illegal. Oh, boy. We got a legal operation going.
All right. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Thoughts on Mr. Schultz?
Okay, so what Mr. Schultz wants is for the Pagulas to pay for their goddamn stadium.
Pagula's NFL, somebody involved with them.
Well, but I'm guessing he's going to
private money.
to the billionaire.
Sure.
So let's say they do that.
Yeah.
Let's say the Pagulas say, you know what? New York State, you're off the hook. You as a Bills fan is still going to pay for that stadium.
Understood. Yes, you're right.
It's still going to cost.
Well, wait, hold on. I thought you meant to get in. What do you mean by I'm going to pay for that stadium?
Because he's going to make his money back. He's a businessman. He's going to get his money back.
Well, no, I get it. You're right. But, I mean, I'm already going to be paying for the PSL as a season ticket holder if I move my tickets over. I'm already going to be paying for the ticket to get in that day. I'm already going to be paying for parking and beer and all that stuff, right? He'll get his money back, but he's going to get money from me anyway.
I think he's going to raise his prices.
Okay. But, I mean, that's capitalism, baby.
I get it.
Baby.
And you probably wouldn't get the stadium.
Well,
I mean, because like the Pagulas would just pick up their tent and go to a city that will accommodate them.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. I mean, look, because here's the thing. This guy is not totally wrong.
But it's unrealistic.
Okay, but let's hear it out before we have that discussion.
All right.
On the surface of this whole discussion, it is weird that the state is pitching in most of the money to build a stadium for a billionaire whose team plays for one of the highest earning private businesses in America, where even after it's paid for, you have to spend money to get in. Like, are you allowed to be a Bills fan and still feel weird about this arrangement? Because the way it's kind
weird.
of
You want it, right? I'm guessing most Bills fans want it.
Okay, like, well, you want the Bills to be here. And if the idea is the Bills need to be here, we need a new stadium, well, this is how it is. Because the way it's sold to us as Bills fans, Kimmy, is if you love this team, you will be excited about paying for the new stadium. And I get in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much money per person.
No.
Plus, Tommy, it's one of the few big projects that upstate New York has gotten in the last 20 years. Like, in that time, there's been the new Yankee Stadium, Barclays Center, remodeling of the Javits Center, Citi Field. I could keep going, but those are all in New York City. So it's only fair we get a small piece. But it doesn't change the fact that it's weird that we're paying for it.
I agree with you, but it also adds value to the community to have it here. You don't think like, oh, let's say you take the Bills out of Buffalo.
Yes.
And what happens to that area?
No, you're right. I mean, it becomes irrelevant.
It dries up.
Well, it doesn't dry up.
No, it dries up because that whole Orchard Park area has some affluence to it because of the people that live there, which were millionaire football players who are gone and are not coming back.
No, but there's only like 15 guys that buy property in that town.
But they circulate through, and they've been circulating through for 50 years.
Mad.
All the way back to OJ.
I think that
OJ had a nice crib over there.
I think you might be overstating what a stadium and a franchise does for a city. And I'm saying this as the biggest sports fan you know.
I'm talking about Orchard Park.
But I don't care about Orchard Park.
But that little town it looks like it is because of the Bills.
Okay.
I mean,
the Bills added a ton of value to St. John Fisher. A ton. They completely changed the landscape of that college.
Sure,
Now
fine.
university.
No, but I mean, St. John Fisher paid for that. I didn't pay for that. They paid for that.
Right, but I mean, like they do show up, and the money does get spread around.
Man.
It does.
Joe, but I'm just saying.
It's
like,
trickled down Bill-onomics.
that doesn't make sense.
Reagan talked about it in the 80s, man.
Kimmy, you were saying,
I would think that team, to Tommy's point, like a team like Buffalo, a professional team in Buffalo has more of an impact on that place than
The
like,
image.
well, no, than a professional team in a bigger city does.
Fair statement.
You know what
but
I mean?
are you talking financially or from like a pride
Kind
standpoint?
of both. I mean, like identity-wise, financially, I would think it just overall has a bigger impact in comparison.
Pull the Bills out. You know what you got?
What?
Toledo.
Okay, look, I agree
You want
with
to go to Toledo? They don't even make the Jeep there anymore. Yeah. Know that.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I see you guys sitting on hold. Please don't go anywhere. We're talking about this man. His name is Bob Schultz. Schultz. He is an angry man. Bless you, Kimmy. Do you need allergy medicine or something?
It wasn't a sneeze.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be polite. Dear Lord, the attitude on this kid. He has a group called We the People. He wants the United States Supreme Court to hear a lawsuit to try and stop the $850 million that the state and county of Erie are paying for this new Bills stadium. He says even though the state will technically own the stadium, that all of the money from advertising, beer sales, ticket sales, suite sales are going right into the pockets of the Bills. He says this violates the Constitution and it's illegal. Look,
Okay.
I agree with your argument. Without the Bills and Sabres, Western New York, the pride's gone. And the argument that if we don't pay for the stadium, these teams are going to leave.
And they will.
Yeah, I mean, you look at St. Louis. They've lost 2 teams in the last 30 years due to stadium issues.
They had to sell the Arch.
But, like, they're kind of... Just because we have an inferiority complex means we just line up and hand them money? Because that's what this is, right? It's an inferiority complex of what if we don't have pro sports in Western
Well, you don't
New
have
York?
any. You don't have an alternative plan. You know what I mean?
Do
So you. All right. I
Do you
mean,
need one?
I think this area really needs something like the Bills, because you spend months in the dark here. You need something to look forward. I think I think they add value to the community.
Okay. You're saying this.
Yeah.
You.
I think depression in this area would go up.
Uh-huh.
I think alcoholism, drug abuse, and domestic violence would go up.
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I think the Bills give you something to look forward to in some of the bleakest times of the year.
Okay. I am a diehard Bills fan.
It also can make you really depressed,
That's
though.
just it. I would argue that the Bills leaving, which
But
I would never want to happen, the depression and the alcoholism would go down.
I mean, that's,
No, but that depression, that anger, you can direct at the Bills.
yeah.
They're your punching bag. Take away the punching bag.
But maybe
you
I
start
wouldn't
looking for
feel
other
that
things to
anger
punch.
if I wasn't watching the Bills. I don't know.
Yeah, like if the Bills weren't here, we'd all be holding hands in circles going around like the Liberty Pole.
Okay.
I don't know. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Thanks for waiting, guys. I appreciate it. Let's talk to Chuck. Hey, Chucky. What's up, buddy?
Hey, this whole thing about who's paying for the stadium. Everybody says the state's paying for it, but the state has been collecting income tax from players from both the visiting team and the home team for 50 years. They've accumulated so much money
Billions.
from football players. That
Trillions.
why don't we let them have a better stadium and continue to collect income tax? Because if the Bills aren't having visitors, we're losing a lot of money of income tax from salaries.
Okay, so Chucky, I mean, look, I don't. That's a good argument. That's a good argument. But you're fine with that money coming out of your paycheck. Your hard-earned money, Chuck. You work your fingers to the bone.
What do you get?
Take time. What?
Bony fingers.
Chucky, so you got no problem dipping into your own pocket to help pay for the stadium?
I will be as soon as I get a chance to go pick out my ticket.
Okay, so you're going to go get your season tickets, too?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're the perfect guy to talk to because I'm wrestling with this as a Bills season ticket holder, Chuck.
And let me tell you something. I've heard you talk about this, and I think you look at it the wrong way.
Okay.
You talk about this big hit that you're going to take in the PSL, and I think you're looking at it backwards.
All right, now let me
The
just catch
PSL
hold on, wait, Chuck, before you make your point, let me just catch everybody up. PSL is called a personal seat license. It's essentially a fee you are paying for the opportunity to buy tickets. So, for example, if you want to buy your season tickets, you have to give the Bills $1,000, $3,000, $5,000 per seat for the opportunity to buy it. Gets you nothing but that. But, Chucky, you were saying, I'm sorry.
All right. In your own life, do you bitch about the amount of money that you paid for your house, or do you bitch about the taxes that you pay every year for that house?
Well, actually, both, because stuff's breaking in my house now, but I get what you're saying. It's the taxes, yes.
The PSL is like buying the house, and the season tickets are like the annual taxes that you have to pay on it to go up every damn year.
Okay, but like it doesn't have to be that way. It would be like the state or the county I live in being like all of a sudden like, hey, here's a third fee you have to pay for your house every year because what are you gonna do about
And I guess
it?
like you need your house. You don't technically need the tickets.
Well, I mean, I do need the tickets. I need them.
Well, you're the one struggling with the idea.
It's the principle of the thing, Chucky. And look, I respect your thoughts there, man. I am glad that you've come to terms with it. I just don't know if I'm there yet, Chucky.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, you're going to have to hurry up because they're going to start seating us soon.
He's right.
He makes it sound like a prime rib place. You're being seated. Chucky, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You too. Bye.
I mean, he is right because they're doing a good job of making you feel like you better go now and make that decision because it's going to be limited or you're not going to get what you want. So go, experience the stadium and what it's going to be like and then make your decision there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the-
sure like this whole Bills experience that they're painting makes it pretty hard to say no.
I mean, all the pictures I've seen
Yeah.
from the inside, and again, we kind of talked about this coming in. The Bills have rented a storefront in a suburb in Buffalo.
Yeah.
It's called the Bills Experience. They have the massive model of what the stadium's going to look like. You walk through this whole presentation.
Sounds amazing.
It looks phenomenal.
What the hell are they charging us for that? Putting a stakeout whack on that, too.
I mean, look, man. I know that this guy has no chance of getting his
At this
lawsuit.
point, no.
See the Supreme Court. In fact, everywhere he's filed, town, county, city, state, they've told him to go take a dump in a hat.
Yeah.
But I don't think listening to his arguments are a bad idea.
Yeah, but your argument is too late.
Right.
No,
So
he was
because
making this
doesn't-
argument before. Nobody was listening
Right,
to
right.
him.
Yeah.
But at this point, doesn't it do more damage? Just the fact that it's, it's already underway. To just stop now, I don't know how much they've spent already, but
It's hard to remedy the idea that one of the businesses that makes the most money in this country has us paying for their house.
Okay.
It would be like us. It would be like Tom Golisano getting on TV tomorrow night. It'd be like, hey, guys, hey, listen, I own a business here in Paychecks, and, I donated a bunch of money
And
to
he
all
does.
of these places. So now you're going to pay for my fancy new house.
But Tom Golisano does get a lot of tax breaks. Almost any business like that probably does.
Okay. All right. So you would pay for Tom Golisano's house?
I don't want to.
You would.
But I don't want to lose Uncle Tommy.
You'd bend over and take a...
Bro, if I'm going to bend over for anybody, it's going to be a billionaire.
Put that on a T-shirt and sell it in the rock shop.
Well, who you bending for, a bum?
I don't know.
Or a billionaire? Never bend for a bum.
We got Facebook messages coming in. I'm shocked. Look, I thought there was going to be a couple of people that were agreeing with this guy. Every Facebook message is in support of this stadium.
Well, here's the other thing. The team's hot right now, right? So if this team was sucking,
yeah.
everybody'd be fuming. But right now, you've got a legitimate superstar.
That's why they did it now.
And they love it.
Yeah.
And so everybody is happy.
Well, to your point, I mean, the Sabres haven't made the playoffs in over a decade. They also need a new arena, and that hasn't even come up for discussion.
I also
You could
have
be
a,
playing in the lake next year.
Play in the lake.
Yeah.
You're going to be playing the lake next year.
I also have a proposition.
Okay.
If we don't get the new stadium, let's say something happens where we don't get the new
Right.
stadium, can we at least get the giant buffalo that they're going to put outside of the stadium?
I am curious to see how
I
big this
really
buffalo
want to
is gonna
see
be.
these giant
It looks
buffalo.
huge.
It does. Can we also talk about how every time they do, there's something about the Bills wanting to make the buffaloes they put on their helmets and things anatomically correct?
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them always has a penis.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? I don't
Go
think
look
I've
at
ever
this-
noticed that.
Go look at the standing buffalo on the side of their helmet. Google it right now.
Wait, it has a crank?
It's got a penis.
You think they would let that go?
But like even the buffalo statues, like they showed a model of it.
Has
It's got a
penis.
penis.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
You're right. But you could have made it a female buffalo.
Oh, yeah, well, is that still a buffalo or is that a cow?
Oh, I don't
No,
know.
buffalo aren't. Those are.
Are buffalo only male?
Are there only male buffalo?
No, because
How do you make buffalo?
yeah.
How do you make bulls?
Well, that's a cow.
Bull and a cow are different than a buffalo.
Ah, you're not sure now, are you? Because I'm not sure either. We're about to find out because Kimmy's Googling it.
Oh my God, female buffalo called cows.
Oh!
But are they buffalo
But
or
they look
cows?
like buffalo.
But they're cows.
They
All
have
right.
horns like bulls, and yeah.
I
All
want
right.
to apologize to Mr. Buffalo expert. who
Damn.
totally
You
guessed.
fell
You
into that
learn something
backwards.
new every day.
There you go. How big do you think the buffalo penis is going to be on the big buffalo?
You'd probably have to ask your mom.
Okay, let's take a break. Look, I get that you're upset this morning. Every once in a while, Tommy will see something happen that will stick with him for the rest of the day, even though it doesn't matter. And you did the right thing in not opening your mouth here. I want you to know that.
Yeah.
But it's still eating away at you.
It does.
Kimmy, Tommy's coming in this morning, and he noticed one of our coworkers, one of our newest coworkers.
Yeah.
She had an issue.
Yeah.
And maybe you thought she didn't realize it?
I don't think she knows.
Okay.
And Tommy has been wrestling with the idea all morning of whether or not he should walk up to her and fill her in.
Would this sound weird coming from him?
It's not weird,
Okay.
but it would be the most old man thing he's
Okay.
ever done.
And I had the perfect opportunity. Like, the timing was perfect.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Don't do this, man. Don't do
do
this.
what?
Don't do this.
What's
First
that?
of all, it's insulting on multiple levels to this woman. Second of all, you do not have the relationship with her where you could go ahead and point this out. Third, it will be the most useless old man thing you have ever done in your life.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF right now.
Yeah.
You can log on to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see John Fogerty at CMAC June 11th, courtesy of Bowery Presents. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. So, Kimmy, thank God you were not in the room because you would have lost it. You would
Okay.
have lost your mind this
I'm very
morning.
interested to hear what's going on right now.
Tommy comes in, gets in, sits down after you leave the room. Because you got in with another one of our coworkers at
Yeah,
the
we
same time.
show up around the same time. She parks on the street. I park where the more affluent employees park, the level park.
Are we going to name names or are you going to be a bitch about this?
No, I didn't name her name.
Okay, go ahead.
So Hope is it?
Great start.
I know. You're
Great
already.
start.
So I'm coming down the
Hope
stairs.
works out on the country station. Yes.
So I'm coming down the stairs to the garage, and it's open air.
Yeah.
So
It's
she's.
open air. Okay.
One of these
because-
new open air garages, Kimmy.
The reason I say that
Because
is
there's no PSL you have to buy to get your closed air parking garage.
she's pulling up on the street.
Yeah.
And I can hear her car coming up, and she
Yeah.
looks like she's driving a fairly new car, but I can hear it.
Yeah.
So it's obviously she's got a hole in her muffler, and you can hear it.
Okay.
So
You're 100% sure that that's what that noise is.
well, that car, a new car shouldn't be that loud. A newer car.
Okay, so you're not 100% sure.
There's something wrong with her exhaust, and I'm pretty
Okay.
sure. I'm pretty sure she's either got a detached muffler or a hole in her muffler.
Okay.
So I was gonna sit there and just tell her, hey, you may not hear it because I know girls in the car, they're not paying
Girls
attention.
in the car.
But you know,
Or you don't hear it because you're in the car.
yeah, but she got the PXY up, or she got the TikTok going, or she's being a girl in a car. She's a young girl. But I don't think that kid. She's probably like right out of high school.
Okay.
But she's a kid
Yeah.
to me. I know you're gonna tell me she's older, but she looked like a kid.
I
to
mean,
me.
you mean a woman who has a full-time job with benefits, right? Like the same job you have,
I
actually.
had a full time benefits when I got in school.
What? Mark that, please. Hey.
Oh, bring it down.
Hey, our favorite segment's back, baby.
Well, it's all that goddamn exhaust from her goddamn car. It was giving me a stroke. So I came in and I said to Pat, I didn't say nothing. I said it was kind of awkward. I didn't know if I should go over and say, hey, you got a problem with your car? Because you'll get a ticket.
They don't write tickets for that anymore.
Yeah. What did you sign off on that? What the hell did you? You talk about me pulling stuff out
I
of
would
you
think
know
like
what?
they have bigger
Well,
things
they
to
don't
worry
write-
about than
They-
a hole in somebody's muffler.
There's noise coming out of your car. They'll write you a ticket for having.
Well, there's somebody on that lives on my street that has super loud car, probably something going on, and I'm waiting for that person to get a ticket then.
I cannot tell you the last time I heard of somebody getting a ticket for a loud muffler. 252 WCMF.
You can get a ticket for a loud muffler.
You can get a ticket for jaywalking, too. You ever hear about that?
Okay. But right now we're talking about the muffler.
Again, the third most old man thing you've said this morning. Right now, we're having a muffler discussion.
So I came at Pat and I told him my dilemma and I didn't do it. And I said, I even kind of felt like this might be kind of weird coming from me because I don't know the kid.
Okay,
that well.
252 WCMF 252-9263. There are 3 reasons that are painfully obvious why you shouldn't even consider.
Wait,
3. 1, you don't know the girl.
I don't.
Woman, right? Like
But I'm not a stranger either. She knows me. She knows where I work.
And I quote.
And we've met.
And I quote. Hope, is it?
Well, I wasn't sure of her name because we got.
It's like the most unique name in the building.
Hold on, no, because we also have a Breezy. So we have a
Brianna,
Hope.
that's her name.
Okay, but everybody calls her Breezy.
Yeah.
And so when you're my age, Hope and Breezy were not names.
Hope? Wasn't a name?
There was no Hope.
No, I get in this room right now there is no hope. But there have been hopes, and there are hopes, and there will always be hopes.
Bro, these 2 young ladies are the first Hope and Breezy I ever met that weren't holding guitars on stage or something.
Okay, you don't know her.
I
so
don't.
You would be walking up to her as a borderline stranger. Yes, you work together, but it's not like
She knows who I am and where I work.
Do you hear how arrogant you sound? Guys, I've been on CMF for 30 years, okay? She knows who I am.
I'm dressed professional.
Her grandfather probably listened to me on the radio back in the day.
Yeah, I probably did.
Okay.
This is such a weird dilemma to play out in your head because most people would
kindness.
Hear the noise, be like, oh, that's a weird noise, and then move on with their day.
Second issue here. How do you not see how insulting this is?
What do you mean? She may not know because she's a girl.
Hey,
Listen,
sweetheart.
How is that
sweetheart,
insulting?
Okay,
sweetheart.
I will say it would if you spotted something on my car, like a flat tire or something like
There's
that,
something
or
flat in that car.
something. I'm trying to be on your side here, man.
It's a blowout.
Go ahead, keep defending him, Kimmy.
No, I'm done, Mr. Teal Shoes.
It sounds like a Sammy Davis Jr. album. Hey, baby, Mr. Teal Shoes. Look, man, you saying, "Hey, you're a woman. I don't think you know what's going on here."
Say
No,
that.
but that's what she's gonna hear because that is what you're saying.
All right.
That is what you're saying. That is a massive slap in the face. And third, and the biggest reason, you're not a car guy.
I'm not. I'm just saying, hey, something's not right with your car.
But
Look
you're not
into
even
it.
sure what it is.
90% sure it's the muffler, but I'm not going to say.
Okay, so let's say you did this, right? And she did not take this as insulting, and maybe she was even appreciative, right? Maybe she is, like I am, naive to all car things, right? And she goes, "Oh my God, thank you. What should I do?"
You need to get to a muffler shop. Or get to the dealership.
What do you think's wrong with it?
I think you got a hole in your muffler. Or you got a problem with, I think either you got your muffler's falling apart or you got a problem with your exhaust. Your entire exhaust system could be shot.
You cannot give her an answer. So
Could be the catalytic converter.
Okay.
And it could be coming right off the engine itself.
The fact that you even considered doing this morning is astonishing to me. Astonishing.
I have another problem with it, and it has nothing to do with the interaction between you and her. You're going to drive yourself nuts if you say something and she doesn't fix it.
Yes.
Like, let's say she's, "Oh, okay, thanks, Tommy." Like, she doesn't really think anything of it. And every day when you come in and you hear that same sound over and over again, it's going to drive you nuts.
Okay, so let's say the scenario played out in my head where I told her, and then I noticed like a week later, I have follow-up questions like, "Hey, you got a couple of quotes in that muffler job we talked about?"
Don't do that.
Quotes? Quotes?
Yeah.
What is this, the 50s?
I was shopping around a little bit.
You just take it in, you get it done.
No, you shop it around.
Who shops it around anymore?
So this
Muffler
happened to me.
systems are expensive.
You don't know it's her muffler system.
This happened to me with a guy that used to work here. It was like that time of year where your car is just like covered in salt and it looks gross.
Okay.
He goes, "Hey, I noticed your car's really dirty." I said, "Yeah, it's, February,
Right.
So I think it bothered him that I didn't go get it washed right away, to the point where about a week later, he gave me a free ticket for a car wash. And then at that point, I'm like, I'm not getting it washed based on the principle of this interaction.
So you kept your car dirty out of spite.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Because again, like every
But
time
who
he would
wins
see
there?
me, he had to like
The paint shop?
but why is this bothering you so much?
Because
I think
it's going
that's
to eat the finish of your car.
No, the muffler, you idiot. We're on
No,
that.
but her thing with the salt on the
will,
car.
okay, but I'll get it washed eventually. It's just gonna snow again, and I'm gonna get more salt on it.
You got to keep constantly maintaining your.
It's not your
vehicle.
car, Dick.
You can get pulled over for having too much
No,
salt
you
on your
can't.
car.
Okay, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. This morning, Tommy comes into work with our coworker, Hope. She works down on the country station. She might be the youngest person that works in the building. He hears that her car is loud as they're coming in.
Riding rough.
And he comes in and he tells me, I think I should talk to her. I think she's got an exhaust problem. I should tell her that she's got a problem. And I'm looking at him just astonished that he would even have this thought. It's not your car. You don't know this woman. You don't know what's wrong with it. It's insulting
I'm just
to her.
throwing a kid a bone.
And what if she just got it fixed, and they're just like, yeah, it's just gonna make that noise now?
She got it fixed?
I don't know. Maybe she's gotten it fixed before, and it's a problem that doesn't affect the car because again, you don't really know what it is.
If that girl, woman, Hope, were to come to you with an alarming tip about anything in your life, you
How
would
is she
be
gonna know?
so wildly insulted.
Yeah, because she doesn't know.
Let's see she saw you struggling with your phone while you're walking out of the building, also known as every single day. Because she does great social media stuff.
Yeah.
And she goes, Tommy. Oh, no, she sees one of your posts where you're sitting in the backyard with some kind of donut. I got coffee and a donut. And she goes, Tommy, this is what I do. Let me just help you out here. And she
I
gives you a
would
couple
find that
tips.
super helpful.
My ball sack.
You know, they say, Pat, the older you get, the younger your teacher.
You come,
And I would be so appreciative that the young people would reach out, much like they do in Japanese culture.
You would come in here, you would close the door behind you, which means gossip is happening, and you for 15 minutes, I can't believe she thinks. If you don't want to be given tips, which you never want,
But I don't need tips from young.
tips from young.
The youngins.
What do you mean? She knows this world better than you do.
She does?
Maybe not.
She don't know the end of her car.
I'm glad you finished that with car. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Dave. Hey, Dave, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Duffy. Question for Tommy.
Yeah,
Tommy,
buddy.
you sure she doesn't have a specialized muscle that purposely makes it loud?
I went down there and checked after she went inside. It looks like your standard, man. I think it came, with the car.
I mean, she could have like a racing muffler that just has just enough to make it past.
These are
inspection.
factory, man. They're not glass packs.
Shut up. All right, Dave, let me ask you this.
It could be the header.
Let's say your theory is wrong, Dave, and she actually has something wrong with her exhaust. Would you, as her coworker, feel comfortable approaching her and telling her?
If I had the relationship that you and Tommy or you and Kimmy do, yeah. Otherwise, no. Keep your mouth shut.
Thank you.
Oh, he says that because he knows the game.
I just
here.
don't know why it bothers you so much.
It wasn't bothering me. I was just trying to throw the kid a bone.
It bothered you because you came in here and talked about it.
No, but Dave.
I don't need the heat coming around here either. Checking on cars.
Dave makes a great point. Dave, if you heard my car and you were to come to me and say that, I wouldn't be bothered by that. I've known you 20 years. If you did that to Kimmy, I wouldn't think that's weird because we're all friends in here. We work together 5 hours a day.
Sure.
You don't know this woman.
You were second guessing her name.
Well, it's a hard
What's
name.
her Joy? Chastity?
Would Tommy walk up to a stranger and say, "You got a hole in your muffler"?
Not again.
Dave, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Tommy, you wing-wong gardening dork. What if she walked up to you? What if she walked up to you and said, "Hey, Tommy, I think there's something wrong with your geraniums. They look like they're a disease." Would you trust her?
No, because she's a kid. She don't know geranium.
Bro, that chick looks like she knows geraniums.
The hell's
What
that
if she
mean?
said that your grass had some kind of pollen disease?
Ooh. Spotted some problems. You might want to get that fixed.
First of all, what's she doing in my backyard?
Well, she's trying to get more tips about her muffler. She needs a third opinion. And what do you mean? When I say she looks like she knows geraniums, a lot of women that age big into gardening right now. Kimmy, tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, if she had like
moms.
Count it.
No, but if she had like a girl thing, I would listen.
You mean like your outfits?
What if she said? What if she said that there was something wrong with your blazer?
I don't know.
Pete, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Actually, you're not supposed to wear it like that. It's supposed to be worn the other way.
Are you doing Hope or me?
I don't know.
I think she's doing Hope doing you doing Hope.
You know who I bet runs into this dilemma a lot is your wife.
My wife.
Yes, just like spotting things that she may be concerned about on people. You know what I mean?
You mean, okay, so my wife's
like
a
just medically,
dermatologist. Yes,
yeah. Because that's a really fine line to walk if you think that something could be a potential health issue.
Oh, she won't do it. I mean, like, I guess there's like rules the wrong way to do it. Like, she doesn't want to put anybody in a bad spot. Like, if I'm not your doctor and you're not asking me about this thing, I'm not going to say anything about it. You know what I mean? But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It should drive her nuts. But everybody's job has that, right? Like, if she was doing a break on the show that she did, where, because you've done this job for 30 years, where you were like, ooh, I think maybe you could do this better, that would still be insulting, but I would understand why that bothers you. You don't turn a wrench. You've never been a car guy in your life.
I got no car.
No, you don't.
I watched that Formula One series.
Could you even name the type of car that she drives?
White.
Wait, you don't know the car she drives?
I can't tell. I don't know. It might be a Hyundai. It might be a Honda.
Why did you say them both like that? Hyundai, a Honda.
And it could be a Toyota.
Okay.
One of them.
Wait. It was a car made on Ford Soil, even though I think all those are made on American soil now. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. There are people defending you.
Of course. Car guys.
This comes in.
Wheelers.
From John. John says, Tommy's just trying to do a nice thing, and you guys are killing him. You wonder why he never does nice things. This is why.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much for saying that, because, Jesus, somebody's got my back here.
I will say this.
What?
Knowing you, I get that this is coming from a place of kindness. I understand.
From muffler love.
I understand that you thought you were going to do a good thing. What blows my mind is that with all the experience you've had on this planet, having worked with Kimmy now for almost a decade, where she has to constantly explain to you how to interact with young women on a daily basis, that you thought, oh, well, maybe this is a good thing I'm doing.
Well, hold on. Because I did pump the brakes, and I didn't do it.
Which, by the way, you should ask her about how those are doing, too.
If I tell you what, those rotors are probably shut. But because of Kimmy, I didn't do it.
Oh, so
I didn't do it. I walked away.
But I just think you didn't do it because you didn't want that confrontation.
There's no
You also don't like
confrontation.
to talk to people, so there's that going on.
No, but I don't mind talking down to people.
You're admitting you're talking down to her.
I know.
Yes, but in a fatherly way. All fathers, all old people talk down to young people. It's just how it works.
No, it doesn't
You're
have
down
to
here,
work
I'm up here. I talk down to you.
You're actually
Not
down here. I
mean.
think she's taller than
She
you.
might be. Got to be close.
You would have to look up to talk down to her.
I am wearing flats.
You know what the funniest thing is, Kimmy?
What's
we
that?
should have kept our mouth shut because, like, we don't know Hope that well.
No.
She seems like a really kind kid.
Really nice kid.
But I would also understand if even a good, nice person got this from somebody and was like, "What the hell is that? What's wrong?" Okay, fine. Like if she got mean, just leave him standing on an island where now he has to deal with an angry young female coworker because you wouldn't know what the hell to do.
But you know what? She does seem like an old soul. So maybe she would appreciate it. Like, she's not, like, snarky and snippy like y'all.
Why don't you go down and do it then?
No.
Oh, no, you're not gonna. No,
No,
you're
you
scared.
said don't do it.
You're the one arguing that you should do it. No,
don't
you know
do
what?
it.
You know what? You know better than me. Talking down to old person.
When I say talking down, I don't mean meanly.
No, there's lots
Nicely.
of lots of kind ways you could talk down to somebody.
You know, you laugh, but there really is. You have to talk down to your children.
I am their
She's
father.
not a child.
And you're not her father.
She's an adult. She's your coworker.
Yeah, but she's a child to me. She's like a grown child person.
I would bet my salary that she makes more than you.
I don't want to do that. Well, then buy a goddamn muffler.
I would love if she went and got this checked out and it wasn't the muffler.
Or something's wrong with your hearing aids. Like it's actually like they spazzed out this morning.
Well, you know, it's funny because I did hear it in other places as well.
Let's take a break. If you are a college basketball fan or just someone who likes gambling.
Oh, it's heating up, buddy.
Well, I mean, this weekend, it's going on right now. It really gets going this weekend. Sunday night, we'll know how everything goes. And then on to next weekend when the fun really starts.
Yeah.
What sucks, though,
What's that?
is when the teams around here aren't good, it feels like the juice is gone.
Oh, sure.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You know, they say you don't know what you got till it's gone.
Yeah, so true.
And despite the fact that this guy constantly put his foot in his mouth and his finger in his nose, now that he's not here anymore, it makes this super exciting next couple of weeks a little less exciting for us.
I think you're right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So the big-time NCAA conference tourneys started yesterday, 2 days ago. They're going on now. And when it comes to teams people care the most about around here, Cuse lost yesterday to South Carolina or NC State in the second round of the ACC tournament.
Yes.
The only chance, Tommy, that Cuse had to make in the tournament was winning the ACC.
And that ain't happening.
So they're done.
All right.
They'll probably be in the NIT, but who cares about that? Canisius out in Buffalo was knocked out of their tournament yesterday. The last local hope, it seems, that we have, St. Bonaventure, they played today at 5 in the A10 tournament. They got Loyola.
Loyola.
Yeah, it always seemed like there was some team, like regional team that popped, whether it was Buffalo or,
Colgate got in. Do we care about Colgate?
I don't know if we see that really as so much a local team.
How's UB? Does UB have a shot?
That's what I was just saying about UB.
Can you check that out? Okay, thank you. I'm going to watch the tournament. I'm going to bet on the tournament, and it's going to be fun and exciting. But there's something about having no local teams, Syracuse especially, that just makes it like bleh.
Well, plus Boeheim was a throwback to the old school on top of that. You know, he'd been around for so long, he was an institution. And he would always show up and make just enough of a run to break your heart, right?
Yeah, no,
and he was funny. And he was gruff. He was a character.
I don't know,
and
man.
you kind of lost all that. No, I think it hurts.
I think. Well, go ahead. I was going to say college basketball right now in general has had a huge turnover of those old school coaches, whether they went and tried out the NBA or they just called it a day and retired.
They ran them all. They ran themselves off. There's the old man.
Or got in trouble.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't do or say some of the things and keep your job, man.
Right.
I just think
Bob Huggins looking at you.
Yeah, so I think that I'm trying to think of like the most tenured coach right now. I know Calipari's still around.
Yeah, but he's coaching with Iona.
No, you're
thinking
of
Patino.
Patino.
No, you're right. Patino. Calipari's out in Kentucky. I'm an idiot. They're all the same guy.
I wonder if
it's all short Italians in nice suits.
It's slick hair, yeah.
But like, I mean, even they've got to be kind of nearing the end of their run. So I think you're going to see like a huge turnover of hopefully like new coaches that pop up and have that kind of long-term success. But it's going to take a while.
But there's no storyline. I mean, I wonder if betting is down in this area with no Boeheim and no Syracuse in a tournament.
You can't bet on Syracuse anyway.
Yeah.
You can't bet on colleges in the state that you're gambling on in New York State.
Okay.
So you can't bet Cuse in the tourney. But, I mean, watching those games, I would have had like a personal investment. And I'm not even a Syracuse fan. It was just like, you wanted to see him go and you wanted it to get interesting. And here's the thing. You brought up about like Boeheim's teams. Even when they weren't great teams, they had that potential to go on a run. You know what I mean? They were going to get in. They were going to either win the Big East or the ACC, and that was going to be exciting. They were going to get to a Sweet 16.
He was going to coach him in.
Exactly. Well, but was he?
I don't know if that's really a thing, but I think that was the perception was he can get these kids into these tournaments.
And like I feel stupid because I'm going to be honest with you. Like the last 10 years of Boeheim, I was super sick of Boeheim.
Yeah.
Like the guy, you cannot argue the guy is arrogant.
Just a grump.
He's rude to people he doesn't need to be rude to. He does it because he's able to do it. Like it was just like, what are you doing, man? And you watched his teams get worse and worse and worse, and he started questioning his recruiting ability and all this stuff. Moving to the ACC.
He stayed too long.
Exactly.
And it felt like it was hurting the
program. But now you miss him.
But here's the thing: Syracuse played better this year without Boeheim than I think a lot of people expected.
I think they did better. Yeah.
And it is actually the perfect situation in the scenario that Syracuse basketball is in, because if they would have completely tanked this season, you go, well, see, that's why you don't get rid of Boeheim. If they would have made the tournament and were successful, it may hurt Boeheim's legacy a little bit, because as soon as you got rid of Boeheim, they became successful. They were just good enough to be like, wow, but not making the tournament where you can go, oh, we missed Jim Boeheim a little bit.
But he was the biggest name in basketball in Western New York.
You can make the argument towards the end, he was the biggest college coaching name left.
Yeah, from that old guard of guys.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like
I miss those characters because I don't really care about the game that much. So the side stories of all these crazy asshole coaches was pretty interesting.
Oh, there's still side stories going on. You're missing.
I was gonna say, I think give it time. You're gonna still hear. I think that's just one of those jobs that attracts those types of people.
You remember Juwan Howard?
Yeah, I know the name.
So he played at Michigan. He played in the NBA for a while. He's the head coach at Michigan for Michigan basketball right now.
Was he put in the Fab Five?
Yeah, he's going through a whole bunch of insane stuff right now, like running his mouth,
All right, I gotta
problems
watch.
with
Did
guys.
he
Yeah.
get into a fight with a ref?
He got into that was a couple of years ago. This year, it's comments he made about a guy that was like did some bad things allegedly, transferred to another school. The school didn't want him there. He came out.
See,
and was
this
like,
is what I like.
But you just got to pay attention.
I like the dirtier game of college basketball.
But they're not going to make the tournament either, so that's out.
I would pull for
Bro,
the.
last year you had a murder scandal with Baylor.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Wait, what was
No,
that?
who
I
was it?
can't
Remember
remember.
that there was one of the kids was kicked off a team for
Yeah.
right,
Yes,
and they
yeah.
made it all the way to
There was a body.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I would pull
Is it
for the
Louisville?
Bonnies.
No, I thought it was Baylor. It's always Baylor.
I would pull for the Bonnies because they're a small school and it'd be like a semi-Cinderella.
No, I'm with you. Every time the Bonnies make the tournament, it's always super fun.
Yeah.
And there's so many St. Bonaventure alum in the greater Rochester
A
area,
ton.
right? That all the bars start to become exciting. Like, if Bona wins a couple of games here in the A10, Saturday during the parade, you could also have all the Bonnies fans out watching the game, which would be great.
And Bonnie alumni are weird because they could be a CEO and they could also be on the run. Like you get a nice cross section of people that have been to St. Bonaventure.
It's Alabama.
Alabama, yes, I'm sorry. To your point,
Yeah.
our good friend,
Yes,
and
he
complete
is.
disaster, terrible type Timmy, proud graduated degree
He went
holding
through the
alum.
whole system.
Yeah, he's got a degree from St.
There you
Bonaventure
go.
University.
And he constantly looks like he's on the run.
He runs out of gas delivering pizzas. That's a real story. That
He
happened.
looks like a walking mugshot.
And you know, I'm going to sound like an old man now.
Yeah.
But like, I really miss the old days of the Big East tournament, especially
yeah.
this time of year, because for whatever reason, Cuse was always playing a game
Locked in. Those games, I can't count how many games, especially the ones Cuse was involved in, that went into like 2, 3, 4 overtimes.
Yeah. And like around St. Patrick's Day, whether it was parade day or the actual day, it felt like there was always a Cuse game on that they needed to win to somehow make the tournament. And it was electric
It's a
inside
vibe.
those bars. It was great, man. Like the year they made that epic run with Jerry McNamara leading the team and they needed to win the tournament to get in. I think it was the year after they went to the national championship. I'm in. I remember being down at one of the bars in East Alexander. I'm in my kill. I'm hammered out of my mind and we're just going nuts as Jerry McNamara takes the game over and it's just not there anymore.
Well, but the good thing though about just the way it's all run is that you're still going to see some exciting games, and even if you're bored with one game, you turn on another game, and there's always going to be something going on. So
You're right.
whether or not you have something invested, I think it's still.
Yeah, but I got to find True TV.
Okay, let's not do that again because if you tweet at True TV, they'll insult you. I found that out the wrong way.
Oh, really?
I didn't even tweet at them. I just put the words True TV in my tweet.
Really?
I was pissed, and they
Old man True lit you up.
they insulted me.
Oh.
Like to my face.
I like this.
You're still going to have fun, I think, during the NCAA tournament.
There is
Well,
one.
you maybe not.
It's like mall food.
I love mall food.
I know.
There is one massive underdog that if you want to.
So who you got?
Kimmy, and I'm going to need you to search for it. There's a team that's 500, 15-15 that won their. I think it was the NEC.
All right.
Tournament that will be in the tournament. They're a 500 basketball team, tiny little school. I can't remember who it was.
See, that's kind of fun.
But they could
If
also
they make a go of it.
and they could also play on Tuesday night before the big tournament and not even make it into the
Yeah.
actual tournament. But if they end up winning a game or two, like that's super fun.
Those are cool to watch.
And there's always one or two of those,
Yeah.
right?
I just get bored too fast.
I don't get of all the sporting events how you can't watch a college basketball game front to back because it is nothing but gasoline. It's just nonstop action.
I know. And, you know, I spent some time in, like, what you would call basketball country when I lived in Lexington.
Yeah.
And, you know, and they had the tickets and stuff. That was kind of fun, you know, but
Okay.
I don't know. It's basketball, man. I only need the last 5 minutes.
Any luck?
I'm not sure which team you're talking about.
Okay, doesn't matter. We'll move on.
Are
We'll
you talking about Wagner?
Maybe I'm talking
Oh,
about Wagner.
Wagner.
Yeah, I think it might be Wagner.
That's Long Island. Oh, no, that's a Staten Island college
You got that?
who started here.
What do you mean?
The Wagner School
Yeah.
started here, and then it moved down. So it's like a Staten Island. It's like the middle of like Mobville. You've got Wagner College.
So they've made the tournament for just the second time in history with 7 healthy players.
How is that even
It says
possible?
with just 7 healthy players.
All right, I'm watching Wagner. I'm in.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
You had 7 guys up there.
That's
That
what it
sounds like beer league hockey. How is that possible? All right, we're in on Wagner?
Yeah.
So they got a Rochester connection. All right.
So I have a buddy that for a little while, you're going to laugh, that was the starting quarterback for Wagner.
How bad is Wagner?
Very bad because he didn't keep it very long. Like he never actually played. He didn't get a start. But for a little while, he was the starting quarterback.
Do they still have football? I didn't even know
don't
Wagner
know.
had football. All right. So now that we find out if Tommy is right, which it's probably not, if Wagner University started in Rochester and moved downstate, and they are an underdog with only 7 healthy players, we all then have to cheer for Wagner.
Okay.
All right. It's been decided.
Let's do it.
All right, let's take a break. You have an idea of what a body is supposed to look like?
A man or woman?
Both. Everything.
The anatomy.
Just what a human body. Yeah, you got it. But every once in a while,
what?
If you end up in a situation where things get a little intimate,
oh yeah,
you may discover something you didn't expect.
On
However,
at a body.
One thing that you think of as abnormal is actually way more common than you think.
But people have it.
Yes, and it's possible.
Where's the bump?
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. everyone is insecure about their bodies.
Oh, sure.
There is something you don't like. And that goes for people whose bodies are considered, and I use quote fingers, normal.
Okay.
But there are people covering up things you don't see every day. Things they think are super weird and rare.
Oh.
But believe it or not, one of those things people could be ashamed of shows up way more than you think.
Oh, wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 9:30. It is Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And, we were talking about going out to eat earlier this morning. The overwhelming majority of adults would like to have this option that normally they're banned from when they go out to eat.
Oh.
And you're going to think it's weird as hell.
All right.
We'll tell you what it is just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, did you know that 1 in every 18 people have a third nipple?
Yeah, so we had a...
1 in 18?
1 in 18. That's over 5% of human
Like
beings.
full nipple. Like looks like a nipple or like
it's a nub.
Okay, that's
some of them look like a nipple. Some
Okay.
of them are a nub.
So we had a phone screener on the old show that had one.
Of course you did.
Phil Billy had a third nipple?
Not him. Before
He looks
him.
like a guy that would have a third
He's
nipple.
a human third nipple. No, but we had a guy who had a third nipple.
Okay.
Where was it?
It was
Like
near
near
that
his other
area,
nipple?
and it almost looked like a skin tag or something.
Okay.
But he didn't point it out.
Okay. So,
But it gave milk and everything.
No, it didn't. Shut
Yeah.
up.
Not a lot.
If you work with 60 people in your office,
One got a
job
third.
site, whatever. No, 3 people, odds are, have a third nip.
Is it more prevalent in men or women?
I don't have the information on that. Are you thinking it's women because women's nipples are bigger?
No, I'm thinking it's men.
Why?
I don't know. Because I only knew a dude. I don't know.
Why would a woman tell you she had a third nipple?
Just in case if you saw it and had questions.
Oh,
I mean,
I meant as like a coworker.
oh no.
No, not that guy.
There is a higher prevalence for the left side and male gender.
Well, you were right. Look at you.
Damn.
So a third nipple is one of those things you might be a little shocked by, especially like if it was a fully developed third nipple. If you met someone and
A
saw
squirter,
them naked for the first time.
Right.
It may even be enough for someone to have to explain it to you before things started to get
right.
intimate. Would either of you, if you got intimate with somebody, be bothered by a fully developed third nipple with someone you were getting
It would be
romantic
odd on a
with?
woman.
Odd on a woman?
Oh, I think it'd be a guy though. You're gonna see shirtless a lot more than a woman.
No, but I'm saying from my perspective, if I'm with a woman
Yeah.
and she has a fully developed third nipple, and also where is it?
It's right in the middle of her chest.
That would be weird. But if it was on her forehead, I'm out.
Would a third nipple on a guy fully developed bother you?
I think you'd get used to it.
Okay. Would you
Like
want
at
him
first it would be a little bit strange, but I think like over time you just part of your body.
If you met a guy,
Yeah.
you're going to get intimate for the first time.
Yeah.
Would you prefer he tells
Yeah,
you about it first?
give me the heads up.
Okay.
I don't want to be surprised.
All right, but that's kind of like a crappy thing to do, right? Like this person feels like they have to share this
Yeah,
thing
they
they
have
may
to
be
give you
insecure about.
yeah.
Well, I guess you're right, but
Yeah, it would skeeve me.
well, it doesn't gross me out. It
I'm
would
being
be
honest.
something I'd have to process for a second.
Okay, can I ask a serious question? Because if 1 in 18 human beings have a third nipple, that means there are hundreds of people statistically listening to this show right now that have a third nipple.
Yeah.
If you have one, does it have the same sensation
Oh,
as your normal nipples?
is it tied to nerves or whatever?
Straight up uncut,
Oh, yeah.
God-fearing nipples. Right? Because, I mean, like, there's women you get with sometimes where it's like, that nipple's like, you get all about that nipple. Like, do
Yeah.
I have to work, if she has a fully developed third nipple, do I have to work the third nipple in with the other nipples?
Well, yeah.
Well, no, but what if she
I'm
doesn't
guessing
feel it?
she-
You just
yeah,
like,
yeah, I don't know.
you'd
I
be
think
like,
you still got to show it some appreciation. Because if you avoid it, then you're showing that you're
Yeah, but
skeeved
she
by
might
it.
think it's weird that you're showing it appreciation.
Yeah,
Like, why are you
especially-
doing that?
And especially
Because
if
I'm
she
loving
doesn't-
your 2 normal ones, and then your bastard cousin one I'm
Bastard cousin
passing
nipple.
over. That's not cool.
She has a bastard cousin nipple is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
She got a bastard nipple. I gave it a little nibble. I hope I don't end up in hell.
Like, think about it, man. This is valuable information because, like if you're working them, you know what I'm saying? Like one hand here, the other hand here. Like if you slowly like slide it up to the left, and you're just like what do you? It's not a boob. It's just a nipple. Like
Yeah.
beep 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 beep.
Yeah.
If she's not getting anything out of it, she might think you're like
Yeah, you just-
insulting.
Well,
her.
she might
or
fake
she
it.
might think you have like some weird fetish.
She's gonna fake that she's enjoying you playing
Yeah.
with her bastard cousin.
She's
third
faking
nipple.
everything else. Why wouldn't she fake the third nipple?
Have either of you, or anyone listening been surprised by something you weren't expecting on someone else's body?
Yeah.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Go ahead.
What were you going to say?
Hair.
Thank you.
I think that has to surprise a lot of people
What would
because, like, I've seen men who I would not expect to have hairy backs,
Okay.
and all of a sudden there's all this hair back there, and you're like, how is it only in that spot?
That bothered you?
It didn't bother me, but it is
Because you're
surprising.
talking to two men with patchy back hair.
Yeah.
And
And it's
is-
ugly, though.
We're both offended by it.
It's very ugly.
Okay,
Looking
but-
at Tommy, he's a clean-cut guy. Like, he never even has stubble on his face. I would be shocked probably by the amount of hair he has
You've
on his back.
never seen his back?
I've never seen his back.
So not only is it patchy, it's gray in some spots.
Okay.
So he looks like one of them like basset hounds that was let out and nobody ever took care of, right? Like, you know, you see those stories in India where there's like a sad, broken down dog running through the market. Tommy with his shirt off looks like that.
Like, he doesn't look like a hairy guy when he's fully clothed.
I am very
there are some
hairy.
guys you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You're just overall hairy. I get it.
So it's funny you bring this up. There's a syndrome. It's called werewolf syndrome. The name of it is hypertrichosis languinosis congenita. It's like you have werewolf hair growth across your entire body and sometimes parts
When you say
where you
werewolf,
can't see.
what do you mean?
Like it's like fully patched hair.
But not all over.
Well, sometimes it's all over. Sometimes it's just in a certain part.
Oh, it shows up?
No, I'm saying like sometimes it's like their entire face. Like you ever see those old the old sideshows? It was like
the
Werewolf Boy.
freaks.
That was what that was. But apparently, according to an article that we found, some of the folks that have this can hide it by shaving what people see.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, you could get intimate, unbutton a shirt, and find some very hairy places you didn't expect.
But on a guy, hair is your guy.
But like a head's worth of hair on your stomach or breast or
It might be weird.
ass.
But if I met a woman that had that would really freak me out.
I mean, a woman would have to. I would feel she would feel pressure to have to take care of it.
Well, but so
If there is a way to take care of it, I don't know.
So the first time I ever experienced hairy nipples.
Hairy nipples?
Yeah, I opened for them. No, but like I experienced a chick with hairy nipples, and I don't mean like a little bit of hair. I mean like snidely whiplash, like you could wax up the tips hair. And here's the worst part, bro.
What?
It was I didn't notice it until they got wet.
Bro, come on, man.
And bro, they were like dripping wet brown noodles hanging off her nipples. It was like I was eating Chinese food, bro. It was not good.
Okay. Why did you put that in my mouth? Why did you put that?
Why did I
sensation
put it in my mouth?
You didn't notice that they were hairy until they were in your mouth.
I wasn't expecting it. And you know, when we were intimate, it was dark.
Okay.
And I'd just been with this chick.
Okay.
And showered up together, nice. And then in the light of day, oh my God.
Hairy nipples.
Dripping wet nipple hair.
Can you shave your nipples?
You can pluck them.
That's what I was gonna ask. Like, how much hair are we talking?
Enough of you'd notice.
Okay.
You know what? I'd rather have hairy nipples than pluck my nipples.
No, you want women
No,
to pluck
man,
them.
that sounds painful.
Oh, fine.
Well, yeah, prize
What?
like you. Why would she not want to go through that pain?
I grew them up.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We started this discussion with a pretty surprising statistic.
Yeah.
1 in 18 people have a third nipple. That's over 5% of human beings. Again, if you work with 60 people, odds are 3 of them are rocking a third nip. And then we had third nipple questions, right? Like, if you have a fully developed third nipple, does it have sensation? Do I have to work that nipple if we're getting all into it? Let's talk to Sarah. She can help us. Hey, Sarah, you're on CMF. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Are you are you a part of the third nipple crew?
I am a part of the third nipple crew.
Okay, so do you have a fully developed third nipple? Is it like a nub third nipple? What's a sitch we got here?
No, not fully developed, not even a nub. It's flat, it's very small, and it's like just right below your breast, I guess.
So it's not on your
and
breast.
Nope, right below it. You can't even see it. Like it
Oh,
looks
you
like
don't even count,
almost
girl.
Like a birthmark.
Well, how did you know it was a nipple?
I had it looked at because it was just a weird looking spot, so I had it checked out, and they were like, "Yeah, you have a third nipple, but it's useless." So I was like, "Oh, cool."
So you don't have any sensation in your third nipple?
No, nothing.
Have you? Okay, be honest, Sarah. Once you found out it was a third nipple, did you start like working it to see what would happen?
I mean, I've touched it before, but there's no sensation.
Okay, but
like it's literally useless.
All right, so Sarah, you know
Oh
how
yeah, my first wife had those.
Sarah, you know how like some women don't really feel the sensation in their nipples until like they're fully aroused?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you been fully aroused and then tried to work your third nipple?
Jesus.
I'm asking a quick word. Do you want answers or
Fully
not?
aroused.
Like you creeped out Tommy with that question.
Oh, I creeped out. Do we want to get to the bottom of this or not?
All right.
Adult questions.
My third nipple doesn't really come to mind, I would say.
I mean, is it affected by the cold?
No.
Doesn't get hard.
So it's just a different color spot on your skin,
A
essentially.
dead nipple.
Basically, yes.
Dead Nipple sounds like a punk band from Queens in the 70s.
Do you tell people about it, or do you just kind of just pretend like it's not there?
Well, I went through this really bad phase one time where if I was drunk at the bar, I would just come out with the fun fact that I have a third nipple.
I mean, it is a fun fact.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Love
Here's
those
the problem.
gals at the bar.
No, but here's the problem, Kimmy. If you tell me, if you're at a bar and you go, I have a third nipple, I mean, well, I want to see all three of them to compare. Sarah, you know that happened, right? It had to have happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Sarah, I really appreciate all the nipple information you gave us.
I'm glad I could help.
All right. Great talking to you. Have a good rest of the day. There goes 3 nips, Sarah.
I do wonder how many people don't know they have a third nipple, because to her point, if it's just kind of a discolored area
You
around
wouldn't
your
look.
boob.
You wouldn't care.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, that's why it's important to go see a dermatologist on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a gal. You always have to be prepared for something surprising when you see someone naked for the first time, because you don't want them to feel shame.
Yeah.
And it's not like most of us look great naked on our own anyways. Like, Tommy, you failed this test miserably with that woman who had all those moles on her back.
Yes. And like, you never saw it because they were all just on her back.
So just to be clear, you were in a swimming pool with this woman naked?
No, she was in a bikini.
Okay, but you were getting hot and heavy in there.
We were just hanging out, having a good time, as we did back in the late 80s. And when I put my hand on her back, it felt weird.
Like it's just textured.
And I said it before. It was like I was touching Billy Moran's back. Like, this was the most moles I've ever seen on a human being.
And you shut it down then?
How could you not?
Because that is got to be a hard thing for a woman to get over, because she knows what she's dealing with. And when a troll like you is like, no.
Yeah, I know.
Can you imagine?
Coming from you.
Seriously.
No, but I wasn't. I mean, skin abrasions on a man, I'm fine with. I can put my hand on any man's back. But having a cute girl and that happens, like I mean, my hand came off of her like it was a hot stove.
Bro, that's terrible.
That is.
That poor woman.
And I would think most guys, like, it might be weird to them, but they could get by that.
Well, you ain't touched it.
I can bang around a moley. Most guys could bang around a moley bag.
Have you? You all talk a big mole game.
And like that's not even some of the weirdest stuff. Like even some strange stuff, and I use strange in quotation fingers, right? Stuff that you aren't expecting to see isn't as rare as you think. For example, do you know that women having 2 vaginas affects way more people than you believe? It's called Miller's condition.
Because he was the first one to discover it. Are they side by side or over and under? Because that would be weird if they were side by side. It's like you're staring at the barrel of a shotgun. Say your prayers, Rabbit. So there's 2 actual vaginas.
Yes, women with Miller syndrome have 2 vaginas, 2 sets of uteri, 2 sets of ovaries, and it affects about 1 in every 2,000 women.
So you could have. Are they fully functional? Like I can have
Yes,
intercourse?
I believe you can.
Really? Both are?
Yes. Now I could be wrong.
I mean, you had to call a buddy.
Why would you want to do that with a buddy? They're right next to each other or on top of each other. Don't ever call me.
Isn't it also kind of like a vagina within a vagina? Like it's not like you have 2 clear-cut vaginas.
Feel like a turd muffin.
Shut up. Give me that. I don't know. I don't know if it's.
I don't know if it's like as clear-cut as you're picturing.
Man,
you know
if you're like doing foreplay again, you're gonna have to.
It's actually 8 play.
You're gonna have to give each one attention.
I don't know. So there is a story actually within the last 2 weeks.
Or like, you ever see those guys that make those glasses and make those noises? You got to do them. So you need 2 hands down there.
No, you have to be Jam Master Jay. No, so there's a story that within the last 2 weeks, a woman who had this condition, her husband got her pregnant with twins in both of her uterus.
Wow.
So they're not really twins, but they're going to be born around the same time. She's pregnant with 2 kids that aren't
So
twins.
that means he.
Like Kimmy said,
Both. So they have separate canals and all that.
It may be like Kimmy said, where it's the presentation in the front
Yes.
looks the same. That or looks what you would be
Same
used to.
warehouse.
But
Same entrance.
you can accidentally take a wrong turn when you get inside the tunnel. You get what I'm saying? And it wouldn't be a wrong turn. They're both working. I don't know. I don't know if you, Kimmy, did you do more research?
It kind of looks like there are a lot of different ways this could happen. So it could be two straight up vaginas, or
But two sets of genitals.
Yeah.
Would that be the way to put it?
I think so.
So 2 sets of lips.
Well, that'd be 4 lips.
It says two
Or-
openings
sets
to
of
the
lips.
vagina.
2 sets, 4 lips.
So I take that how you want it.
So how do you do like the maxi pad?
What do you mean?
And like, all right, so let's
That's
say
a
you
good point. Like, if you've got 2 uterus, you're double flowing, right?
Yeah, I
So
wonder if
what
they
if-
sync
what
up
about-
though. Like you could have,
2 tampons.
but you could have. I don't know if you're. Oh, I guess you may also.
How do you
I don't know.
walk?
What are you talking about? How do you
What do
walk?
you
The
mean?
whistling would drive you nuts.
But when we say 1 in 2,000 women have Miller's condition, which is 2 sets of uterus, 2 sets of ovaries, 2 vaginas, 1 in 2,000, to put that in perspective, that means there are, on average then, about 550 women in the greater Rochester area that have this.
Two-giner.
Yes. So with as small a town as Rochester is, it's not out of the question that you would come across a woman not expecting having this.
Man, I don't know what I would do if I saw that.
You're not good at this.
No guy is.
Bro, you
I don't think you're so
So
cool. I see 2 vaginas all the time, man.
It's weird
yeah,
though.
well, I see 1 every single day from 6 to 10.
It's weird that a woman could have 2 vaginas, but I've never heard of.
Dudes have 2 penises. Yeah.
There is that a, but is it as common?
I don't know. Will you look it up?
2 cranks?
Yeah. No, I've seen movies.
Yeah, those are fake.
They're
bro.
not fake, bro.
Oh my God!
How do
those-
they go from soft to hard, bro?
Oh, it's called editing, bro.
No, bro. It's a legitimate thing. You can have 2 penises.
I'm sure.
But no, it's true. They call you the prop plane.
Well, those 2 should get together, man. I mean, they're made for each other.
I feel like I've also seen that movie.
It's extremely rare.
Yeah.
It's called Diphalia.
And you have straight
Yeah,
up
Nick
2 cranks.
DeFalia. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it's when a male is
Good kid.
born with 2 penises.
God has blessed him twice.
It's 1 in 5.5 million.
Wow.
in effect,
So you
yeah.
got like lotto cranks.
Worst game of the New York State Lottery. Try Lotto crank. Scratch gently. Would you be excited about having 2 penises, or would that be something you would be ashamed of?
I mean, 1's pretty fun. 2 might be very fun too.
It's like Machine Gun.
Well, they're
man.
udders, man. You'd have to get like a stool and pail every time you get excited.
And like the other cool thing too, right? Like, they're fully formed male penises, Kimmy.
It seems like it varies again. So
Okay.
you could, or it could kind of be underdeveloped. So
Because,
yeah.
like a lot of guys are insecure about the size of their penis,
Yeah.
right? Like, if you got 2 penises, but
Yeah.
they were also not big penises, like, that's got to be the
Well,
cruelest
that
joke in the
that
world.
sucks. Or if the one penis doesn't line up with the other one, like let's say you got one straight and one's way over here, you got a
Okay.
dog leg left or right or something. It wouldn't work for you. You know
Well,
what I
no,
mean?
I
Unless
just
you're screwing around the corner,
I pictured it like one on top of the other.
over and under.
Yeah.
All right.
Unless side by side would probably work better because, like, if one's on top of the other, a ball sack would eventually sag over your second
Do you
penis.
get 2 ball sacks?
Well,
'Cause
yeah.
that would be uncomfortable as hell.
It would be like when you have to carry the groceries in all in one trip.
Yeah, that kills your hands.
Every
man.
minute of your life.
Yeah.
And then, like, how would you go to the bathroom? Like, do both penises are they attached to the bladder, Kimmy?
I would assume.
Well, it looks it's
That's
weird.
a weird voice coming from Kimmy. She has the information in front of her, and you're gonna go ahead. Yeah, of course, you pee on both penises.
Well, you're saying they're both fully functional.
Well,
not always.
fully functioning as a penis? I was asking. I don't know. Because when I hear fully functioning as a penis, I mean like getting aroused and unaroused.
Yeah, and they do everything the one penis.
But like if you have one bladder and 2 peni,
Women, by the way, women would hate this.
2 penises.
Like they hate one penis on us. If they had to sit at its stupid-looking cousin hanging out next to it, like it would so gross out women to have 2 penises. She's gonna want more jewelry. That's twice the work, man. Because, like, again, she can't ignore one and just do the other
Well, I
one.
don't know. Maybe one has more sensation than the other.
No, she's gonna.
No, I can't. Okay, people are watching on the live stream, man.
What?
Seems like they're. I don't know. This is all over the place, but it seems like they're not.
Some of those penises.
Not in sync
What do you mean?
Like maybe one can perform one function while the other
Oh,
can't.
so one's for peeing, one's for fun. That would actually work out great. It's like having a part-time job.
Yeah, but you want the fun one on top. What if it was reversed?
Well, you know what you could do? Something I can't even come close to describing on the radio without getting dumped. And I'm not going to do the hand thing because people are watching.
Well, you could please every fetish.
That's Thank you. I will read one tweet before we move on. And again, this is all mind-blowing to me. Like, I was surprised about the third nipple thing. Forget the fact that there statistically are 550 women around in the greater Rochester area with 2 vaginas. At Vex Patriarch tweets us, 2 sets of lips and dead nipple. The band's playing at the Bud Jar this week.
You ain't lying.
All right, let's take a break. It is Thursday. You know what that means?
We're going to bitch it out, buddy.
Yeah, we got a Bitch Voice Theater, and the majority of adults think you should be able to do this. Overwhelming majority when you go out to eat.
Okay.
Most places ban grown people from doing this, and when you find out, Tommy, you're going to throw one of your old man fits.
All right.
I could see Kimmy being one of these people.
Oh, that bad?
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. the overwhelming majority of adult Americans want this option when they go out to eat.
Oh, good.
And I mean, I guess if restaurants were smart, they'd let them do it.
What's holding them back?
Well, it's less money for the restaurants to make.
Oh.
And you're gonna think it's like the silliest thing you've ever heard, but I could see Kimmy being one of these people.
Oh, yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You can log on to WCMF.com right now. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see John Anderson and the Band Geeks' Yes, Epics, Classics, and More tour on June 3rd at the Kodak Center. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. We'll get to the restaurant stuff in a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call him short or stupid or say even if he had 2 penises, it'd be like he was working with none.
Really?
Yeah. You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of,
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I look like I'm running a small boat out for an Eclipse tour, but I don't know how to work a boat. So you're going to die during the eclipse.
It took a dark turn.
Well, you're a lousy skipper because you're a non-skippering little bitch.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back, we call it Bitch Voice Theater. It happens now. On CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Well, Pat,
Maybe if I was a kid.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, no.
And I don't think I have the ability to tuck and roll out of a roller car into the water because I'm a scared ass not James Bond. Be a little bitch.
Oh, Pat Duffy, I'm going to be in the Olympics, except I'm going to be in synchronized starvation trader because I'm a skinny, scrawny little bitch. I didn't say nothing. You started it.
I got 2 people who care about me trying to help me, but I won't take any advice, and I tried to sodomize one of them because I'm a big ass, I don't know how to use a phone-sensitive ass bitch.
You notice how he's having this take before 7 a.m.
Yeah.
What time does your wife wake up? I'm scared.
What time do you
Oh,
clean the
tell
house?
me I'm scared of
Never?
my wife, so I'm going to have this hot take on cheating before she wakes up in the morning because I'm a little cheat-defending little bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to wear my little Olympic jacket this morning because I want to look like Michael Phelps' busted cousin. Because I'm just a busted cousin-looking little bitch.
I would love to be Michael Phelps' busted
You
cousin.
would be busted, which means you get none of Michael Phelps' wealth. But I don't blame Wegmans. They'll put out solar party platters.
Is that Danny's idea?
Yeah.
Danny, I love you, Danny, and I think you know who I am, and you're the best, and you're so cool. I want to drive around
He
in a
is cool,
Ferrari and
man.
Lamborghini. I want to wear shirts like you, and I do, but I look like a busted-ass poor person. I look like Danny Wegman if Danny Wegman got hit in the head with a hammer and he had fetal alcoholism.
And that concludes another rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
The overwhelming majority of adults
Yeah, what do they want?
to be able to order off the kids' menu when they go out to eat.
What?
Almost 8 in 10 Americans think they should be allowed to order off the
But why
kids'
would
menu offered. So there's a couple of reasons. One, there are people that don't think they can eat the entire portion of an adult size. And look, to their credit, you go to some places and these adult portions are like 3 portions of
They're
food.
huge.
I think of the Olive Garden right away.
Yeah.
But the other reason, money.
Oh, man. Chintz.
Well, kids' menus are much less expensive
Yeah.
if it's going to fill you up and you don't have to spend all the
Man,
money on
you
food.
look so chintz.
Now, I know that what's funny is you would eat the portion of a kid's menu and
Yeah,
be full.
this would be perfect for
No,
you.
I'm not even kidding. Like,
no.
you
But
don't,
I don't want hot dog and grilled cheese when I'm out to dinner.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
You feel like a person that would like the option
the
to order
ice
off the
chins?
kids' menu.
Total ice chins.
Yeah, but I don't think it has anything to do with price or portions. I think sometimes, like, it's just a type of food that I feel like eating. Only I won't
kid
because I
food.
know the judgment I'm going to get when that type of food comes out.
Can you give me an example? Like, would you eat you would order Dino Nuggets and
Not
fries?
dino nuggets, but let's say you're just somewhere that, you know, they have like chicken tenders or something, or chicken fingers, something like
Did you
that.
say it's mac and cheese?
Yeah, it's mac
Yeah,
and
chicken
cheese.
nuggets, like a bowl of spaghetti with apple
Right.
slices.
But you're
Yeah.
out to dinner as an adult. That's what you want for dinner?
That's what I'm saying. Like, as much as I would want that, I'm not going to order it for fear of judgment because everybody's going to know
You've been
that came
shamed.
from the kids' menu.
So there are a lot of places that will not let you do it.
Yeah.
Like, they tell you the kids' menu is just for kids, and if you try to order off
12
the kids'
and under.
menu,
Or
Well, there's
whatever
your
the age
hit.
is.
There's your hit new restaurant, bro.
The kids' menu?
It's nothing but a kids menu for adults.
it's called a fast food restaurant.
Yeah.
No, I know, but you
I
can
mean-
call it the kids menu.
But
But it's for adults. It's got a bar, and you could eat all the kids stuff you want. Why is that? Why are you?
Do you
turning up
understand
your
how
nose?
confusing that would be? You're
No,
going
but
to
it's
have
a
a bar
high
inside?
end. It's high end.
High-end
Nice.
kids menu.
Yes.
yeah, but the thing is, kids' menu is just like bar food, just in smaller portions.
She's right.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, if people want it. I don't want it.
I don't get why you would want like box mac and cheese and dino nuggets. I don't get it. You can make that like all the stuff on the kids menu you can make
do on a
easily at
stove.
home. Yes, exactly.
I want a hot dog.
It's simple stuff to make, and I get fine. You get dragged out somewhere. You don't want to spend a lot of money. You're not that hungry, whatever. But for 80% of Americans to want this option where they go out to eat is a little ridiculous. I will say this: having my girls now. Like my youngest just transitioned off of the kids menu to the adult menu, and oh my God, does it affect the bill in ways I did not imagine.
Well,
Well,
now
and
you're
kids
4 adults
too.
eating out.
Yes, and it because my kid will take like 4 bites and be like, "I'm full." You full?
And your kid probably also doesn't know what's like expensive and what's not on the adult menu. So like, sure, she'll take prime rib.
No,
You know what I mean?
The youngest one is conscious of that. It's the
Okay.
older one that is not. Remember, she's the one that ordered
I would like
lobster
lobster,
ravioli at a friend's sleepover.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. 8 in 10 Americans want the ability to order off the kids menu at a restaurant. 20% of Americans say they've tried to do it.
Oh, and they won't let them do it.
Well, I don't know if those people got it or they told them no, but again, the policy of most restaurants is this is for kids.
Because the thing is, too, there's always French fries on a kid's menu.
That's true.
And sometimes if you're at a place that's maybe like a step up, they probably don't give you French fries on the side. So there are times I'm like, French fries, I could go for some French fries
and some
right
cut
now.
up hot dogs.
I'll admit I do this to the French fries point.
Yeah.
You've been to like those brunches for like Mother's Day or like Easter or whatever, right? They'll have a kids section of the brunch, and there's no bouncer. You just go right over there.
You could stroll over and load up.
But they always have French fries, and I will go over and take all of the French fries from the kids section of the brunch.
But here's the thing: if you're at a brunch, why would you waste your time on the French fries? And they got all that other stuff you don't
can have
normally
everything.
get.
Because I love French fries.
Oh God!
No,
Never passed a French fry.
anything potato. I love potatoes. I love potatoes.
All right.
Like we're probably going to Easter brunch, and the first thing I will do is scope out the kids menu section of the brunch.
I go for all the stuff I don't normally eat because it's not on menus.
Oh, I'll do that too.
Like I go fish first, but you're not a fish guy.
No, you're going fish. No, you go like
I go for
carving
the
station
expensive.
first.
No, I'm a fish person, and I don't eat it at home because my wife hates the smell. So I go for that stuff and lamb.
Oh yeah,
I go fish lamb first,
straight up uncut lamb, bro.
and then I go for the carving station.
Well, the lamb is part of the carving station.
You don't carve lamb. That's not at the Euro joint.
What are you talking about? I've had lamb carving station before.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
You're talking about when you get that lamb spam for your Euro?
No, I'm talking about like a leg of lamb and they carve it off for you.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know leg of lamb.
How else would you eat lamb?
You eat lamb chops.
Oh, you eat lamb chops?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you like? What are you, some trucker?
What are you talking about? Lamb chops are expensive.
No, are they expensive? Maybe. Oh, you're gonna talk about it. I've never had a lamb chop. I don't think.
You've never had a lamb chop?
No, the only lamb I think I've had is off a leg of lamb.
You sure was a leg of lamb?
No. Actually, no. I think it said lamb. I don't know.
Was that the name of your dog?
Leg of lamb?
Here, man, lamb.
We did get a tweet that's kind of blowing my mind.
Okay.
Chris writes, isn't the seniors menu pretty much the kids menu for adults? Smaller portions and cheaper prices and
All
not
right.
quite as good as the regular menu.
But you got to eat it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
But he's right. Oh my God, he's right.
But there's no senior menu normally at a restaurant.
No, there is. I've been to
Maybe a
places.
diner, maybe?
But no, you don't realize that because they just hand it to you when you walk in. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. It's going to be Rabbaroo.
Patio Thursday, Rabbaroo,
For a
buddy.
For Thursday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow a Friday, you know what that means?
We going to get our pre-holiday creep ball.
Yep, we got Creep Cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, I want to have a discussion tomorrow. You know, you brought up the holiday, St. Patrick's Day on Sunday, the parade on Saturday. So we've talked about it a couple of times throughout the week, and we've been getting the same type of Facebook message from a bunch of different people.
What's up?
I think I had said earlier this week when we were talking about Moose who wanted to borrow the kilt from me down the hall that, you know, everybody should come out and have fun. Everybody's welcome.
Right.
And there's been pushback, like over a dozen Facebook messages saying, like, if you're not Irish, you shouldn't be at St. Patrick's Day.
This is down on a lot of people.
Okay. But I guess 100 years ago, you could say, if you're not Irish, you can't come.
Yeah, like what percentage?
Thank you. Right? And like when it comes to how you identify yourself, because if you ask someone, oh, what are you? Which for some reason is still a socially acceptable thing to do in our community, right? Like, oh, are you Italian? Somebody always has one thing they say immediately, right? But the odds that you're just that one thing are tiny.
Yes.
No, and people have to have been finding this out just with, you know, the ease of technology and ways of finding that information.
Absolutely. So tomorrow, I want to get into, with St. Patrick's Day on the horizon and this weird thing we still have in Rochester of, whoa, what are you? Why do you identify with what you say you are?
Well, sometimes, like, if you're of mix, like most of us are.
Of mix? Was that your politically correct way of trying to say it? Of mix? Are you a mixer?
A mix.
Oh, my guy genuinely tries to be nice, screws it up.
You're a mix.
So, like my daughters, of mix.
I'm a mix.
Even I, Tommy Muley, are of mix.
But usually you obviously take the cooler, what you perceive the cooler one.
Is that what it is?
Oh,
or
sure.
does
like,
it have to kind of go along with your last name, too?
It's also an option?
True, but like I'm Sicilian and Dutch. I'm going Dutch. I'm going to take Sicilian.
Dutch is a more unique one.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about
Nobody wants to be Dutch.
Dutch people.
What's your favorite Dutch movie?
What's your favorite Italian movie?
All of them.
The one where you're all criminals?
Yeah, but they're the most. But they're some of the greatest cinema that's ever been produced on the planet.
No, but it
comes from Sicilian history.
But that doesn't make you unique here, right?
It makes you cool, though.
No, but like again, like I'd rather be a massive criminal than a Dutch person.
Sicilians did a lot more than crime, bro.
No, I'm not saying they didn't, but you did. Okay, name me a Sicilian movie that doesn't involve the mafia.
Not all the mafia.
A well-known one.
You can't. You are Sicilian and you can't.
Pinocchio. You know he was connected?
Isn't there a horror Pinocchio film? And I'm not kidding.
Yes,
yeah, he
there
was
is.
Sicilian. It was a Sicilian cousin.
All right, so we'll get to that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who's also a weird mix of a whole bunch of
you're
ethnicities.
Italian.
Yeah. I am.
Don't you have like Sweden in there too?
Yeah, so my mom's pretty much all Italian, and then my dad's is the wild card, but my last name is Swedish originally.
All right, so for Tommy Muley, who wants you to honor his history by watching all of the movies of his ancestors shooting people for money. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.